Hello everyone, my name is Wale Adubi. So, finally Larry Sarumi is going to walk the streets naked. Odogbolu was good. It was good to everybody. It was good to me. All the things I've learned. In my today's world, I got it from Odogbolu. I've been seeing the videos. It was nice seeing Peter Ruya. It was nice seeing Osazua. Still remains a very comical guy. It was nice seeing Tutu. It was nice seeing everybody. We pray for the departed amongst us. May their beautiful souls continue to rest in perfect peace. Odogbolu was good. All of you were good. Maduka was good. Japi was good. Sashi was good. It's the basic, we all had good fun in our days in Odogbolu. I don't really have bad moments. I had a brother, and I don't think it was that wicked for people to want to beat me. But I have all good memories, very good memories. So I look forward to when COVID is over so we can get to do our 30th anniversary in a big way. So, having said all this, Larry Sarumi, get ready to walk the streets of Chicago naked. You all have a blessed day, and good to be part of the 8490 set. Thank you and God bless you.
Good morning, guys. Fergo 8490 set. This is a wonderful opportunity to share our experiences and the 6 years we spent in that village called Odogbolu. For me, it was interesting, and it has actually stabilized me, and I'm sure a lot of us, from going to Fergo. It was divine actually when being in Fergo, and I'll thank Obikudu for this initiative. I also want to thank the brain that thought out the Unity School initiative, where you have 2 schools per state, a federal government girls college and a federal government college, which was mixed, because the notion then that we had more girls than boys in population, and so in our school we had less girls because of a lot of them were already in Shaggy. Well, for me, part of the experiences that I took away from Fergo is more. First of all, the name Duka, which came from Fergo. That's the major takeaway from the school, and that name has stuck with me. Even my siblings all call me Duka, including my mother. And anybody that calls me Duka today is either a Fergo member or from my family. So that's a major takeaway, and I will thank God for it. The experiences vary. Let me start from this. The one of the suspension time, the term before the last, the penultimate one, we had protested at the beginning of the term, and Adefolaju approached us and appealed as much as possible that we were complaining that the yams they served us was black, and he really was very emotional. He made us calm down. He even made the cook very white yam with a lot of fish in the stew. We all sat down, ate. He was even sitting in between us, and not knowing that he had compiled the names of those that did that thing through our house prefect and then the hall captain and all that. Then at the end of that term, after the school song, we went and massacred the food. They also compiled a list of those that participated in that massacre. And when they compiled the list, if your name appeared in both lists, that was 4 weeks suspension. If your name appeared in one of them, especially the massacre, that was 2 weeks suspension. For those that just did only one, I think he gave them warning letter. That's how I was sent on in 2 weeks suspension. And during the holiday, I was just enjoying. One day, my father stumbled into the house with a letter from the school suspension. Wow. I tried to explain as much as possible, man. The guy won't hear it. But we stayed 2 weeks. They brought me back to school. We had to go to Ezume first of all to report that this guy has served his term. So Ezume walked to the hostel while we drove around. As we parked in front of Chad Cross House, I brought out my things and Ezume now came to meet my parents and they were discussing, and the next thing somebody shouted Duka, and the host said Duka, Duka, Duka. My mother was wondering what's happening here. Ezume whispered to her that these are the students that will eat all these provisions you bought for this guy. So my mom was wondering, is that how they do here? I said, yes, that's how they do there. Not long, some guys came, helped me carry my box and my carton, and we went to hostel, and that was it. But we thank God, we continued school, and it's prepared us for the future, and that was it. Then the other experiences I can remember, there's one that Peter Ray and myself and one other guy were playing table tennis at the assembly hall, the back of the assembly hall. There was a board there, but you need to come there with your bat and ball. So while we were playing ball, Ogbo's eldest brother just surfaced from somewhere. That's how we took off. The guy tried to call us back. No way. We didn't want to lose the bat or the ball, so we ran for the safety of those items. That's when they came to the hostel and they grabbed us and took us to Niger House ground floor there and started beating us. At the point we were hanging and they were belting us. At the point I couldn't take it again. I just told Peter, man, I'm done with this. I just felt and told them I was asthmatic and I wasn't. So they said I should lie down under the bed. Because Peter had cover now. Oshin, the school father, just heard that Peter was there. Jesus surfaced and rescued Peter. And of course, as he was rescuing Peter, he also rescued me. That's how we escaped that beating. It was tough, but what can we do? I'll do these things in phases because I think it doesn't load when it's too long and do that. Then the third or one other experience I had was Abdul, one basketballer, the short guy. Guy was always out for me. I don't know what I did to that guy for good. Anytime he sees me, he had one errand for me also. I was wondering. So one night after prep, the guy just saw me under that tree before the church process. That's how the guy grabbed me. Said, this now I'm going to sleep under his bed. I was wondering what was wrong with this. So I followed him upstairs while he was tinkering with what to do. Luckily for me, Okafor, he was in Form 4 then. Okafor and Evans just passed by. I struck a small rapport with Okafor during one of the holidays when I met him at Murphy. So Saf just saved me that night, and that was it. The guy was just looking at me that you. So immediately Okafor they left that school. I avoided that guy till he left that school. And figure you can buy escape. As long as you're strong, you just do your stuff and run. The key things that we also experienced when we came to figuring from 1, when Crossers Room 1, there was this Crossers Room 6 that if you get to that room, it's either they tell you to go and bring your provisions yourself or they follow you to go and take it. And we were so scared that we couldn't even report those guys. They looked so big, they looked like, man. And of course, Adefolaji wasn't there then, so there was a lot of bullying. That man really reduced bullying in Fego, because before then, The VPs, I don't know what they were doing. They couldn't really stem that bullying thing. It was so tough that people ran for their life. I also ran, because I came with a brown box to school, and I didn't know what was jacking and all that. One night they just opened my box, just by the side that the box is open, selected the uniforms they want, the bed sheets, what they want to take, my provisions. One kick at the locker. The locker was open and the provision was gone. I said, wow. So next day when I came back, I just found my way to Mr. Dinaka's garage, where some Form 2 guys used to keep their things, like Nnamdi Julian and co. That's where I used to keep my things. That's when I became friends with them, Chuka, Jenna and co. So every time as I come, I keep my provisions there. In the night, we sneak back to the hostel, sleep. In the morning, take off with our buckets. We'll go to fetch water at the borehole, take it there, take our bath if there's no water. That's how I stabilized in school, then gradually started coming to the hostel when things were reducing, and before you knew it, we're in Cross House Room 1, which now became the Cross House Room 6, where we had the likes of Peter Aruya, Jappy, Adubi. Shani was in our corner. He was in child house, but of course, because of the friendship, first of all with Jappy, then of course with us, he moved to Cross House. But once he was coming and going, we had Chukwu Diokonfo, I think it was in Cross House. The Obi Ogbebu Kusaya, they also had their own corner. We had, of course, Peter Sazua. He was like the don in our house then, because Peter had come to school earlier before us, and of course the experiences stuck with him, and he showed us a lot of things when we came to school, and we became like our mates, but with more experiences. So Cross House Room 1 became the Cross House Room 6, and of course we also tried to make it feel good. We had this guy, Anthony Chido. Him and Omoy Remire came from Ugulawo in SS1, and we all adopted them into the corner. Chido and Omoy hardly went to the bar dining hall, though Chido was a cook, man, a major chef. And I used to wonder, how did this guy learn all this cooking in this age and time? So before we go home for the holiday, we'll all discuss what are we bringing back. Noodles, ingredients, they call it ingri, and rice. Rice was a major one. Everybody brought rice, like that. So for any, we had to start cooking once in a while. And once you start cooking, you see the aroma. I'm sure that's your nature. And Ziokus that were staying in the annex all start cooking. By the time they start bleaching the oil, you need to leave the room for them and all that. But it was interesting. There's one night in Pego, when it rains, because there was no window, you need to push your bed to the middle of the room so that the foams don't get wet. Because when the rain is splashing, if your bunk is closer to the wall, the back of the blocks, your bed will get wet and you won't have. So we pushed the bed out to the middle and all sleep there and all that. One night it was raining and I had spread my clothes downstairs. When I remembered, I had to dash to get it. As I was running down in the dark, I had picked the clothes, running back. I was just ready. They had opened the soccer pits at the back. I don't know, the step I was going to take will land me there. Luckily, there was lightning and I saw a board they had put there. So I just stepped on the board and jumped over the soccer pit. I came up, I was telling my mates, man, this is just that saved me. I was almost going to be in that pit and all that, but we thank God and we passed through all that. The ugly experiences were the inspection time. You need to get your uniforms ready, must be white. Of course, there's no water. Sometimes you wash it and it will be almost white and green or white and brown. I remember Niaja, sometimes his uniforms has various colors. So you need to fetch water, take a bath, keep for washing, keep for rinsing, dry your clothes, get them in. It was later we even started ironing your clothes. So when you get them in, you fold them, put them under your pillow to smoothen them, and you wear them. So inspection, you need to display your uniforms. Your bedsheet must be white, well laid. Would have gone outside to do the work on our corner. Your whole cutlass was there. People used to steal. So what happens sometimes, we'll go and take from our mates that they've done inspection, run to our room. But if they catch you on the corridor, that's another thing. So those are some key experiences. Of course, I don't want to go to the latrine part. When they opened the pit, it was a good experience, but visiting days, you can't go there, and it was tough. But Fego was interesting. I was in JSS 1E to 3. Then I moved to SS 1 Red to 3. We had great guys in our class. I think Akim Ogunkaya was in our SS 3. We had Henry Toby, Makodore, Gregory Magwe, a lot of great guys and all that. Then you guys remember the Marx Brothers when those youthful exuberances, we started forming clubs and all that. We had the Marx Brothers, Romax, which was Wale Adubi. We had Jap Max, Jappy, Cyril Young. We had Sach Max, Sheni Ashiru. We had Mad Max, which was my humble self, Duka, and Silly Max, Wale Ogunremi. Ogunremi, I've not seen that guy since we left Fego. That guy has some weird things. During the exam, he'll pick his hair all through. You'll be wondering, smart guy, but he'll pick his hair. In fact, the first time I saw lights was on top of his hair in Fego. I didn't even know where it was. I just saw one afro with white things. I was thinking, are you going gray? I said that was lights. So they had to barb his hair on the corridor. Then we had Charles Darie, Koriko, and Moto Abasi. Those guys were key barbers. Baba hair in the corridor. If you want punk, if you want skin. Then we used to use blade and comb to cut her hair, and they were good with it. Just see them on the corridor barbing hair and all that. It was great experience, and we thank God for it, and the opportunity will remain with us. And you know what thing with Fego, anybody that passed through Fego, once you see them anywhere, it's a leveler for you. It breaks all protocol. Once you mention Fego, no matter the years of seniority, they just down all the protocols, and you guys will begin to gist about Fego and all that. So Fego was good. The initiative was awesome. It had all the class of people, their children in the unity schools, the politicians, the very wealthy, the PAMSECs, the average, the civil servants, the teachers and all that. Once you could pass common entrance, of course, no corruptions and all that. We are in Fego, and it was an awesome experience. And sharing these experiences like 36 years after, it's also good. I shared some of the videos with my children, and they were wondering, especially where Peter Salza said, I now eat beans. I was telling my son, you're still soaking, you're soaking golden more. When we were soaking Gary. He was laughing, but that's it for you. Thank you guys. Let's stay safe and continue to do this. Bye.
Yeah, hello guys. This is Chukwudi Okonkwo, alias Konki, CCO, Ibubedike. It's great to see what a lot of people are saying about Fego. But it's a privilege to actually be a part of the 8490 set. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. And why it was worth it is because of guys like you. I know my first bunkie was Obi Ogbebunam, then Zahid, Zito, yeah, later on Otto, Abimbolo Kusoya, Abubakar Shaibu. You know, guys like that made it worthwhile. Peter Aruya, Japi, Maduka, Wale Adubi, you know, it was Salako, Tunde Akbeno, you know. As a junior student, it wasn't easy. It was very rough. The experiences were terrible, you know. But as a senior student, we started enjoying the thing. You know, as a junior student, I remember one time when I was beaten by a senior student, and man, the guy slapped me. I saw black, and in fact, his colleagues shouted at him that he wanted to kill me. You know, just because he gave me a plate, I dropped it on his table. He didn't tell me to bring it back. I left it there, and it got missing, and that was it. You know, experiences like that. I remember they would punish us, wake us up early in the morning, and beat the hell out of us. You know, but looking back, it was fun. You know, I tell my kids that I wouldn't exchange that experience for anything in the world. It helped to make us, to form us, and cause us to become whom we are today. That being said, I also remember, there was this school towards the gate of Fego then, one primary school where we used to go and eat. We used to go and eat dundu, yes, plantain, rice, with guys like Coco, don't deny it, Coco, Salako, Korede. You know, a lot of guys used to go there to eat during class hours. It was interesting, you know. So many things to talk about, but I don't know, man. Time won't feel me. Casey, your video was fantastic. All the things you remembered was interesting. You know, wonderful. Anyways, it's good to have known every one of you. In fact, it was just because of the relationships. That's what made Fego worth it. You know, and I wish you all the best, man. Guys, take care.
Good evening, distinguished colleagues. Let me start by giving you the assurances of my highest regards. Despite the fact that I don't always comment on the forum, I can assure you that I treasure the relationship I have with each and every member of this group most tremendously. And I don't think I've been in any group that has this kind of synergy or that have this kind of confidence in. So I pray the Almighty God will continue to uphold us and bless us. Amen. Let me go straight to the point. Memories of Fego, both good and bad. But I'll start with the not so good ones. One of the things I didn't like was the rising bell. Around 5:30 or so, 5:05, and it was always very traumatic because most times one was in deep sleep, and when you don't wake up, the prefects will come and beat you on your bed. You know, so for me, I found that very traumatic. Even when I went for my youth service, and they were waking us up with the beagle, I still remembered the rising bell of Fego. Another traumatic aspect, as far as I'm concerned, was when you are coming from class in the afternoon, and they give you, one senior will just call you, hey, come, take that bucket, go and fetch water. You know, or those that will say, take this shirt, wash it, dry it, iron it, and fold it and bring it to my room. So those experiences, especially when we were in our first year there, we are really traumatic. Then I'll go on to talk about my experience in class, 1F to 3F. It was quite exciting. That was really, for me, my formative period. And I made some really valuable friends. Starting from Kenny Oludia, Samuel Keshiro, Bayode, and a host of others. And it was fun. And we had LT competition. We were always trying to outdo each other in who will come first or come second. And I can still recollect, just like Ade was saying in the afternoon, that Sam Kesh loved to drum. I was always drumming and disturbing other people from reading. And I was class captain, and I had the duty of writing names of noisemakers, but I never wrote his name. So a lot of people used to accuse me of being partial. But I also learned another lesson from him because he was drumming and he could read and drum. So some of us also devised means of reading outside the class so that it wouldn't affect our performance, because I mean, Cash could read and drum, and we couldn't do that. And if you tell him stop drum, he would not listen, you know. So it was fun. Still going forward, I recollect that we had a lot of moves referred to as escape moves in those days. And some people used to call me escape father. And you know, I just feel I should share my thoughts on that. And I think the escape strategy was a survival strategy. Because for me, Fego was like the Sobibor, Hitler's Sobibor, concentration camp, whereby you needed survival strategies. And one of them was evading the retinue of seniors that were always trying to cause one havoc or the other. And I can recollect that one of the most hilarious escape moves we used to have was the one we call sneaky, where we will be going zigzag, 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 and we will normally cover our head so that the senior or the teacher will not recognize who is running. And it was always fun, you know, very funny. And I could also recollect when I was in SS class, I and Tunde Oguni, we formed the Misty Boys, you know, and we were doing all sorts of funny things all over the place. And well, it was fun. Then another thing I can remember is those days they used to say, maybe during lit or so, they'll say some girls are coming from Shagam girls are coming, and you have a lot of our boys using the opportunity to dress to impress those girls. Some putting powder on their faces, putting perfume on their bodies, ironing their clothes. Even people used to buy regu, they will all look presentable at that point. But the irony is that most people don't even have the liver to step up to those girls at those occasions, you know. So it was fun, you know. And I think for me, Fego is an experience you cannot replace. It was a place where basically we came in as boys, we left as men, and we learned survival strategies, great survival strategies. I could recollect when I was in the university, it wasn't difficult in any way because of the experiences we had in Fego. I want to use this opportunity to thank all the people who have steered the affairs of this Fego group, all the past presidents, including our present president, President Premo. I also want to thank Uche Obikudu for bringing up this initiative. It's a great one, bringing us together. I know we'll make great things happen together. I also want to thank my brother, Bayo Badru, for passing the mic to me. He's a great guy. And now that we all know the story behind the car key. So on that note, I would want to hand over the mic to another good friend, Tunde Oguni, to continue from there. God bless us all. Cheers. Bye.
Hi guys, Egi, Olori Eyin, thank you for passing the mic to me. And Odogbolu, you guys rock. I want to say that. You guys are the best set of friends that I have to date. And I just pray that the unity that we have will continue to wax even stronger. I thank God for the kind of people you guys are, sincerely. And I'm praying to God that all things, that we'll continue to celebrate ourselves. Let me put it that way. Odogbolu, the good, the bad, the ugly. Everybody been saying that, and that's exactly the truth. And let me just confess something to you. Odogbolu is one place where, when I was there, really there, the place was like a jungle. You know, it was like so tough. In fact, up to my university days, I still have nightmares about the schools. Just to tell you how crazy it was. Right from my first 3 years in that school was about we talk about glass boy, hanging, baba porta, all those simple things you get, escape, all those escape things we've been doing. a lot of things. Then if we want to go and defecate, we just go and block in the blockies inside in Jamaica. Everyone, it was really crazy. It was like, there's no one that will go through all that. I will not develop thick skin thereafter. I'm telling you, it was a time of so many things. But by and large, we all came out better. We all came out very well in life. Nobody will know that we went through all of that, and it made us, develop that tenacity, that ability, to be strong. And that's exactly what it has taught me. It has taught me to persevere, to be persistent. It has taught me to be rugged, and that's exactly what that school has actually taught me. Thank God for the teachers. Thank God for all of these things. Some of the times when I look back, it's just been something that has made an impact in my life. Now, one of those times in Odogbolu, I remember when we go out in the mornings to go to by the time Batanka comes at 5 o'clock, everybody's rushing to go and take water. My first day at the reservoir, I will never forget. I and that pail bucket were about the same height. So to even get the pail bucket into the reservoir, and I was out. That was my first time of getting water after a number of days that I've been buried for like 4 or 5 days. So on this particular day, I thank God that I finally got water. So now, okay, I got the water. Now to pull the water out of the reservoir, everybody was now being pressed on me, and I was very small, so all the big seniors were pressing on me. At some point, I was like, look, I don't want this water again. Take the water. I'm not fetching water again. Let me just come out. So eventually I came out and I waited, thinking that okay, that my pocket and the water will still be in the reservoir by the time everybody's gone. Lo and behold, I got there. At water told me nothing. I didn't find anything there again. I had to go back to my regime again. So that's just it. Really crazy, really crazy, But it's really been an experience. I won't lie. Even in the classes that we've had, the lecturer, the teachers that we've had, they're all very, very good. All those pretty pranks that we've played. And I never forget one particular story that Aokpetu was there was one joke about Okwetu and Shofi Ijepip that he can fee bed that school, so I'll never forget that story. Anyway, we thank God for life. I want to send out my I want to put the mantle now, the mic, to my very good friend Samuel Odunaya, my pali, and also to my traveling partner, Yemi Lawal. That's all. Guys, have a nice time. Bye.
Hello there, this is Lekon Adesoya. Many of you know me as Namo. Back then in Federal Government College Odogbolu. Fego, yeah. So, what do I do now? I'm a lecturer in one of the colleges in the northern part of UK. And like most of you, I'm sure you ask yourself, because like most of you, that are doing so well, being successful in all that you are doing at the moment, you probably ask yourself, how did you get to where you are now? And asking myself, I think it's fair to say that I need to go back to the beginnings. The beginnings for me were in Mayflower. I've always gone to boarding school. My parents were very busy people. They had their own business, and I think the best for us as well. I think back then as well, boarding school were very, very good, and that's the reason why we were sent to boarding school in primary school. And I remember after primary school, I did the entrance exam to get into the federal government college, the federal government colleges, and I was able to pass and get to come into Federal Government College Odogbolu after the entrance exam. And I can't actually remember the first day for me. But I mean, just like many of you, you've spoken about your experiences in Odogbolu, and I would agree that the experiences are actually bittersweet. Like many of you have described. I do not actually have any regret going to Odogbolu for whatsoever, guys. Okay, but here is all about reminiscing and talking about those things that really scared us, or those things that really inspired us. And for me, every time I think about, oh man, the instances where, I don't know, maybe because I couldn't, buy escape like Larry Tiamio and the likes, I'm always visible. A lot of people, all these crazy seniors, I think they are, the seniors a year above us. They were crazy. They were very mean, and they were very, very silly as well. I could remember I always get caught one way or the other. I don't know, maybe because I was visible, and I mean, the punishment for me was always, to go and scoop, to go and wash the toilet or the bathroom or the latrines or whatever they called then. Those open bathrooms that got latrines at the back of it. Scoop, man, just thinking about it just actually make my stomach actually turn. Every time I've spoken about these experiences to my wife or my kids, oh man, it is it's something that they don't actually want to listen to. It's a crazy experience. Having to be able to do at that tender age, having to be able to wash all those kind of crazy dirty toilet. Those are crazy stinking toilet that cannot escape me. I'm so sorry. That experience alone cannot escape me. I've tried so hard, to make sure to forget, but I can't forget that. But apart from those, crazy experiences, I think I've been a bit lucky in the sense that I don't dwell too much on the bad feelings or the bad the torments from our supposed 1 year seniors. I don't dwell too much on them. But thinking about Odogbolu, one of the things I always remember about Odogbolu was that suspension. The suspension that was given to all the members of the delegate. They supposedly called the delegate when all of us were asked to be suspended. When we were suspended, we had to leave the school. I think I don't think I've actually talked about these experiences before with any members of the delegate. That really tormented me as well. And it had that experience on its own, had a lasting experience, bad experience with me. And I think what happened was because I was just sick, and I had a lot of sickness, and I had a mental, I was always thinking about, all the stress, the after stress of, having, when my parents got the news, got the information about we being suspended from, or is it expelled? I can't even remember now. It's been a long time now. Oh man, 36, 37 years, guys. That's been a long time. But I could remember,
Hello, everybody. I want to say a big what's up to this great family, Fego 8490. This is by far the greatest group of friends the largest group of friends I've had for the longest period of time in my life, and I am grateful for associating or coming in contact with this group of guys. You guys are just, and ladies also, everybody is just simply wonderful. My name is Cosmos Obinna, Chad House Captain Boy, SS3 Red. Remember, in those days, the captain badges used to have Chad House Captain Boy, Chad House Captain Girl, Social Captain Boy, Social Captain Girl. I joined you guys in the year 1986 in my JS3. I started off in JS3C. I think after about a term or so, I was moved to 3A, where this experience that I'm about to share happened. The French teacher, I believe Miss Fakorede, came in for her lesson. This was during the continuous assessment period. So she came in for her lesson. Just after she walked in, as she was about to settle down, the mathematics teacher came in, approached her, and she left the class for him, evidently for him to conduct his own maths test. So as she was going out, I said, thank you, and once again I say thank you. Just like if you remember the literary and debate people, they will say thank you, and thank you. Once again I say thank you very much when they're rounding up. I don't know what she heard, but as she was going out, now I am seated in the locker, the first locker as you enter into the class, right by the door, so she must pass in front of me. She walks up to me directly, squeezes my ears, and lands me a dirty slap. Bosa! I saw stars. And this is somebody who was about to take a mathematics test. So I was immediately, confusion came in. I was at the point of tears. I felt humiliated and, and I had to take that mathematics test in that state. I cannot recall the outcome of that test, but I'm sure I did write it, and we got over with that. Second memory, when the junior electrician technical subjects, the JETS competition, the first time the school ever won it, I believe that was the 88 set, Debo Ademola them. When we got the news that they won that competition, the school went haywire. The students trooped onto the road. We marched to the teachers' quarters. We went to the principal's house, the vice principal's house, and the school was in. I remember, I believe Tajuddin Karim he led that rally. We met one teacher on the way, I believe Mr. Akinola also, and we actually knelt down on the road. The whole school knelt down on the road, and Tajuddin Karim, he turned into a prayer warrior that night, and he prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed, and there was so much excitement that day. You could feel the unity and the joy of that of winning that competition. We went on to win the next year. Joshua elaborate them. That was an experience. I remember cross country. I think that one in our own year. I remember vividly that our head boy Michael Regele fainted, and we had to send the school bus went for him and brought him back to the school. There were so many other wonderful experiences that happened in Fego, but let me stop at this. Cosmos Obinna, SS3 Red, Chad House Captain Boy, signing off.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending from where you are watching me from. My name is Mark Idako Aguda, aka Makoska, an alumni student at Federal Government College Odogbolu, 8490 set, Niger House precisely. I thank you for this privilege to be part of this team. And it's been a while, over 25 years, since when we left school, a very great school, Federal Government College, Odogbolu. Some of our friends are no more. Thank God that we're alive to still relate, to see each other, to appreciate each other, to talk about life generally. As I said earlier, I've not been in the limelight. It's good to be here once again. I just want to give kudos to my friends, those that are far and wide. Uchenna Obikudu, Afolabi Kobajo, on and on. So give kudos to my house masters way back, Mr. Tiba, our wonderful principal, Mr. Defolaju, Mrs. Oni, with all the discipline that made us what we are right now. Federal Government College Odogbolu was a school that really made us to be supermen and superwomen in the society, to be proud and cultivate the discipline socially, physically, spiritually in our lives. Thank you very much. I'm back on the block.
Hi everyone from Vigo 8496. This is Eki here. Big ups to all the people who've done videos. It's actually a very good initiative to get to see and hear from people we've not seen for a while. For me personally, I think Vigo was a life experience to me. It was very little academics, because most of you know that I was one of those people that hardly ever went to class. It was like 10% academics and 90% life lessons. There were ups, downs, good, bad, ugly, lots of memories. I have memories of Leeds, which was my favorite part of school. I have memories of Girls' Day, definitely. I have memories of Prize Giving Day. And funny enough, I think one of my biggest regrets was I never got a prize during Prize Giving Days, because I always felt I could have if I was not as lazy. But one experience that I would never forget, and I think was life-changing for me, was the one time I got suspended for being part of a cult called the Delegates. But funny enough, most of you don't realize we all got suspended. But by the time my dad got the letter, the very next day we drove to Odogbolu to meet the principal. I remember sitting outside of his office while my father and the principal had a conversation. The next thing that happened, he came out. I can't remember, maybe it was an Opele or one of these guys came with a cutlass and made me cut the front of the whole, or beside the admin block. My dad went to our hometown to Ijebu, left me there probably like 9, came back at 4 o'clock, and I cut grass the whole day. I only ate beans and dodo and drank water. But good enough, what happened was I got to resume school at the same time everybody else got to, while the rest of the cult spent time at home. But I think it was a good life lesson. I think my biggest regret would be that Odogbolu did not prosper to this extent that I could have sent my kids there. Because the things I learned in Odogbolu, like someone else had obviously said before, are still some of the life lessons that I use in my life today. And I think it helps you find out that there's no adversity you can't overcome after going through 6 years in that school. But I think I've said enough at this stage. I will pass the mic to, let me see. I'll pass the mic to Sheyerudi, and I'll pass the mic to Bayode Ogumoyoro. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is Wale Adelaja. This has taken a while anyway, so let me just drop this fried chicken out again. Thank you, Obikudu, for starting this, and everyone that's done theirs. Thanks for all those who have been bugging me to do mine. Thank you all. I remember the first day we got to Odogbolu. It was raining. I was uncomfortable. I was totally out of my comfort zone until I got there and I met people just like me, young people, equally part excited, part scared, and just ready to face the new adventure. So awaiting them. And we all took it from there. Although I remember thinking after a while that the only people that seemed totally at peace, at ease, were all those Mayflower boys. I mean, those guys were like our senior colleagues. But there were so many people from different parts of the country. People like Nigido Nupeji. When I learned he was coming all the way from Okitipupa, I was so fascinated by the name. Okitipupa was everything there read. You know, I didn't really know anything then. Not now that I'm a bit wiser anyway. Not too much, but just a bit wiser. And I think I asked him why it was named that if everything was red. But well. A memory that sticks out for me is concerns the chapel. I remember that after service, sometimes the choir would file out and they would sing this song. Sing your will at the close of the day. Sing your will, drive the shadows away. Smile every mile wherever you may go. It will brighten your road, it will lighten your load if you sing your will. And the song just stuck in my head. And whenever I went back home from school for holidays, I would sing it to them. But the funny thing is, it's only in the school chapel that I've heard that song. All the years since then, I've not had that song being sung anywhere else. And it's I find it somehow fascinating anyway. Another memory associated with song for me, I remember in our junior year, I was in one of the usher house rooms on the ground floor, the one closer to the toilet, and I woke up in the middle of the night to pee. And coming back, there was a senior playing cool music. I mean, all these nice ones from the Chad Ocean block. I remember one of the songs that night was Night Shift by the Commodores. And I just stood outside listening to the music for like 30 minutes thereabouts. You know, it was a night, everybody was asleep, and the sound carried, and it was so peaceful. It was like I was transported somewhere else entirely. I was actually, life was much simpler for me at that point in time. So nowadays, when I'm stressed, sometimes I remember that night and I calm myself down, sort of. One last memory associated with music. I also remember that in the Oshun Ninja block, the two people that had the best voices to me then anyway were Bayo Dogume Iro and Roy Omamu. I could listen to them sing on and on because I didn't know anything about music. I was just there. All I knew was that whenever I hear good music, I will appreciate it. Then there was the Young Inventors Club with Shina Adegoke, the late Jide Olatoye, and some other people. I can't remember them. I mean, we were so excited, fascinated with science. We go around trying to use one of the labs to just do something or the other. Do stuff with magnets and electricity and all that. It was a promising time. One of my best teachers was Mr. Yeme, agricultural science. Mr. Opetu, for the maths. They made me love those subjects. And one of my worst was that short fine arts teacher. I mean, that was the teacher that beat me the most in that school because I was terrible at drawing, and as far as I'm concerned, the man was terrible at teaching. So I guess we were a match made in Odogbolu Heaven. But something is, as soon as Mr. Okpetu left, I can't remember the teacher that took place. The man made further math so uninteresting, and I just struggled to do it. Even on the last day during our SSC, I think further maths was one of the last examinations we had. I took my exam in red. That says red shade. No, was it red or C? Then I took my exam where we used to have GS1A, I think. Yeah, and I remember that when the question papers came in, someone in class looked at it, stood up and left without doing the exam, and the whole class started laughing. I can't remember who that was, but that was an interesting time. Then there was Nurse Chuku. He was a good man. And it was okay. In GS1, during our integrated science exam, I'm not sure if it was third term, what time it was, I fell sick and I couldn't make it to the exam hall. So what I did was to drag myself to the dispensary, and I was just there. Then Muyiwa Olaiwola and Oshokoya came there and carried me to the examination hall to do the exams. I did it anyway, and of course I passed. But that memory just stuck in my head. Years later, some years back, I saw Muyiwa in Lagos and I was asking him about it, and he couldn't remember. And I was surprised the way memory works, because it sticks clearly in my mind, and he couldn't remember. But anyway, I'm grateful to those guys. I remember the ugliest girl in Fego competition. I didn't want to do it. I was forced to do it, and I still came last. That was very annoying. It was like, as we used to say, insult upon injury, and it wasn't funny at all. Then, being in dramatic society, it was a bit uncomfortable joining, but I enjoyed it. I was in Charles Obrajero in our junior year. That was fun. Some of the other fun memories was just all those social nights. What did you used to call them? Social nights, yeah. Just going there, watching people interact and all that stuff. That was also fun. And yeah, those things stick out in my mind. One of the best foods I've ever eaten. I remember on this particular day, I was really hungry. I was starving. Then, I don't know how Paul Banjoko managed it. He managed to scrounge up kuli kuli, this Gary Jebu, sugar, ice cubes. So we went to his room, and it was a sunny day, and then we soaked it and ate, and for some reason, that's the most beautiful, in fact, what's beautiful, that's the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life, ever. Good times. Okay, this is becoming too long, so let me just round up. Yeah, those are some of my memories of Odogbolu. I know this is a bit like, I didn't intend for it to be this long, but honorable mention goes to Femi Ideji, because I learned to play chess while in Fego, and I remember it was one of my earliest sparring partners. I'm not sure if he still plays anyway, but I remember trying to look for places just to play. It was really fun then, it was addictive. And funny enough, I still play up till now, even though I'm not as good as I would have loved to be. But yeah, I'm better than average, so I guess that's a take home. And lastly, the relationships I've formed have been enduring, and up till now, I've benefited from the group. So I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you for keeping the group growing. Even the WhatsApp group is so active, and personally I can't keep up. But thanks to everybody. I love you guys, and hope we all make ourselves proud at the end of it all. And I just like to appreciate the memory of those that have gone, and may the Lord keep on keeping their families Thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to apologize for being late. There was traffic. I also want to thank Obikudu for this wonderful initiative and to all those who reached out to me to send my video. Thank you. God bless you. So, for those who don't remember, my name is Olumide Oyebadejo, popularly known as Bongo. You know, that name reminds me of one of those days my dad came visiting, and it was around the classroom areas, and he saw a few of our classmates. And he told them he was looking for me, but sadly, none of them seemed to know who I was until somebody from F showed up. I was like, Bongo niye. But they were like, but Dad, you didn't tell us it was Bongo. My dad was like, Bongo ke. Me was someone mini Bongo. Anyway, for those who don't understand, Otumba Korede only help us interpret. So that's how the name stuck, even till after I left Fego. So memories of Fego, I had some wonderful time in Fego. From Niger House to F, Yellow, I think one of the few things I can remember was those inspection days. I used to dread those Saturdays. It was like no matter how much you tried, it always ended with one punishment or the other. And there were those days we went to the dining hall with the hope of being fed. Just for you to come back with your empty plate and an empty stomach. And there were those, today is another Labor Day, you, attack. Those blisters, it wasn't funny at all. I actually promised myself I wasn't going to come back. But somehow, the extra provisions, and the luring, I found myself back in Fego. But we thank God there was also the good memories, the corridor sets in Niger House, the Ekpano nights, the boogie nights, film shows. And then there were those days we were allowed into the girls' hostel, and then there were those crushes, we always looked forward to seeing. Personally, I think I had a different crush at different phases of my stay in Fego. Apparently, 2 out of them ended up marrying our seniors, but that. All in all, Fego was a great place. FGCO 8490 said you guys have been awesome. We've been there, through the ups and downs. And I'm also grateful for the many friends I've been able to make along the way. Sam Kesh, Akpino, Elesonya Olu, Olisama, Ediebruke, Sazwa, Kwame Rogbogbo, Omat, Wolo, Ode, Premo Ojokojo, Femi Aonusi, Henry Datamatics. The list is quite long, and I'm sure your name is somewhere in it. So my prayer is that for us is that we will all live to celebrate many more decades together, in love and in unity. So thank you for listening. God bless 8490 sets. Bongo was here. Peace.
For this lovely initiative and for passing the mic to me. My stay in Fego was fun. I had so many memorable events from which I learned, not just only academics, but also morally. For this video, I will share 2 of my memorable moments. The first one has to do with my class teacher, Mr. Ikeme, who came to the class one day and told us that his wife had a baby and she needed blood and money. The boys immediately offered to donate blood while the girls contributed money. This made Mr. Ikeme very happy and it saved the life of his wife. The morale there is that it is good to help people around us if we can, because if we do so, God has a way of rewarding us immensely. The second event is about the junior girls hostel. There was this morning we got up and there was so much commotion in the junior girls hostel. We asked them what happened. They said they saw a thief in their hostel. So we took the report to our then vice principal, Mr. Ezume, who told the girls to describe who they saw. They described until the description fitted Babske. Without wasting time, Mr. Ezume marched the girls to Babske's house, knocked on the door, and when Babske opened the door and saw a bevy of girls, he was excited. He greeted Mr. Ezume. Mr. Ezume did not answer, but immediately went ahead to accuse him that the girls said they saw him in their hostel when he came to steal. This made Babske to put up a lot of theatricals that made the school authority investigate the matter properly, and it was found that Babske was not the thief. The moral there is that we should not judge people on hearsay. It is wise to hear both sides of a story. It is wise to do your investigation properly. It is wise to give people time to prove themselves. And when you are accused falsely, please speak up. I then passed the mic to Pastor Toby, Clement Ene, and Pastor Kaide Atiba. Thank you all and God bless you all.
Greetings, guys. Abe Adeniran here. Thank you, Uche. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. I really enjoyed your videos. It was very nice. Well, my Fego experience, I'll tell you straight from the beginning. I was a former NFA, proper one, before I got into Fego, right? So that's the reason my late father, God bless him, took me from FGC Enugu straight to Fego, Odogbolu. So I had to go to Fego to repeat SS2. Okay, so yeah, when I got to Fego, it was a strange experience, right? Because in the hostel, no windows, school had no fence. You had all that stuff like Oro from time to time. And then, I'm just saying that it was a mixture of, all the experience was a mixture of good and bad, but everything all joined. Okay? So, and then we had the Echo, the meals. The meals were not too bad, but I couldn't stand that Echo and Efo. Not that it didn't taste good, at least for a student, but it didn't fill us. So I don't know how many Echos you guys ate, but I had quite a bit, so I could feel myself, So, and then Bomola, that egusi, it was an experience for me too. Even my mother being Ijebu, but she never cooked that kind of egusi. So that Odogbolu, I'll credit Odogbolu with exposing me to Ijebu egusi. So credit to Odogbolu for that. And then still talking about meals, I remember, if you guys remember, we used to go to the primary school to have yam and rice. So I remember that one. Then the parties and dance, yeah, I enjoyed that one as well. Jappy, Wole Adubi, Bobby, and Cameo. You guys, I learned a lot of steps from you guys. So big up here. My experience there, I really enjoyed it. The reason why my pops took me to Odogbolu, so not forgetting that, was to get education. So I won't say, you guys know I can't lie that I was in first 5, but Odogbolu raised my bar. So I wasn't in first 5 and I wasn't in the last 5. So thank God. But the most important bit was that I got my certificate. So that's FGC Odogbolu. I have to thank Monso. She really helped me in the exam also. You're the only one I'm telling. Okay, so all right. So I thank Monso, all my guys, Sheyi Tona, Ade Awonaike. You helped me to settle down. Me, myself, and Awo, we knew each other right from home. So getting to Odogbolu, I met him, he helped me settle down and it was fine. So shout out to all my guys, Shola Bomi, Koriko, Ugbo, Shubi, Tunde Shonubi, Otto Morin, Ide Mudia Obiaho, Rex, Walata, Pablo, Morinho, Scar, Boy Chooks, Omat, Nature, Irapchi, Duka. I mean, you guys, you influenced me in a lot of ways. Mario, I remember when we used to go to the kitchen. Mario, myself, and I think Shola Bumi used to follow. Used to come with us too. We'll go to the kitchen. Mario will take off his shirt. Mommy, Ebi Bawa. The woman will have pity on us and give us food, yam, blah blah blah. I mean, cooked, of course, that kind of thing. So, shout out to Mario. All right. So, talking about my guys, shout out to Oluwatobilola. Oluwatobiloba, Oluwashona. God bless you guys, and also all the guys and girls that we've lost, Roke Sholari, Dolakbo, and the rest. You guys are surely missed. We'll always miss you guys, and also admin. Thank you guys for not giving up on me. You know how it is. We are the supposed silent ones, but just keep encouraging us, and you never know, we can come to the front bench after all. Okay, so that's my Odogbolu. I mean, in a nutshell, because you guys, it's just 5 minutes to do this. I'm already over 5 minutes, so what can I do? All right then. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Bless you.
Hi guys, this is Yomi Adigwe Aqualord. Well, perhaps one of my most memorable recollections of my time at Odogbolu was my involvement with comic books. Yeah, I produced the Aqualord comic books for a while. Sold a few. I don't think I made any profit, but it was fun. Anyway, this is tough. I really don't know how to put my thoughts together because there's so much one could talk about. But there's no point talking about the obvious ones. So let's talk about the non-obvious ones. I remember Boogie Nights. People see me today and have no idea that by nature I am shy and introverted. I remember Boogie Nights because every time we had a Boogie Night, I dreamt of asking 1 or 2 or 3 classmates to dance, but I never could do it. I would stand there and watch till the night was over, and then I repeated it again and again, year after year. Let's just say, this guy was a slacker extraordinaire. I don't remember ever being able to ask anybody to dance. Seniors. I once hid my provisions in the bush beside the sports field. I know that a few of us did it. I'm not sure who, but seniors were always on our case and they were always taking our provisions. I don't know who came up with the idea, but dug up a hole, put our provisions in a metal box, hid them there. Just the grass, the bush off the sports field. It was wild. Looking back, thinking about it now, I'm thinking, Yami, what were you thinking? Gone. I have good memories of being in yellow science class. The interesting thing about my case was that I was almost a perfect balance between science and art. But you see, you had to fit in somewhere. So I remember our chemistry teacher, what was her name? Mrs. Makoju, if my memory is right. Yeah, she was one of my favorite teachers. Mr. Tiba, one of the bestest. Miss Aderoba. I don't remember, a lot of the nasty teachers, but I remember Mrs. Onokala. I hated French. There was no way I was going to sit in a French class with someone verbally abusing me on the daily like that. So let's just say that I owe it to her the fact that I am unable to speak or understand French today. Apart from bonjour, merci, ça va bien, which everybody knows. What else did I enjoy about Fego? People are always, the most fun part of every experience. And I remember Bamdele Shubuloko, my crew, Moshood Atitebi, Moshood could master any dance. We're still in touch via Facebook. We don't talk much more these days, but I hope he still can pull off those things. Not like I am able to pull off a lot of things that I did back in school. I have stopped building toy cars and boats. I have stopped drawing. I still write. But I have lots of fiction on my laptop that I have not published. I am hoping that one day I'll get back to writing and drawing Aqualord. Maybe recruit a bunch of youngsters who will probably do it better than I ever could back then. We'll get to that point. Agbatinde. So yes, I remember Bamdele Shubulokun, Moshood Atitebi, Obi Odogbolu, my badass friend. Obi and I are still in touch on Facebook. Once in a while we say hello. I remember Yinkaido. Oh, my lovely Yinkaido. But I remember Mrs. Onokala. I hated French. There was no way I was going to sit in a French class with someone verbally abusing me on the daily like that. So let's just say that I owe it to her the fact that I am unable to speak or understand French today. Apart from bonjour, merci, ça va bien, which everybody knows. What else did I enjoy about Fego? People are always, the most fun part of every experience. And I remember Bamdele Shubuloko, my crew, Moshood Atitebi, Moshood could master any dance. We're still in touch via Facebook. We don't talk much more these days, but I hope he still can pull off those things. Not like I am able to pull off a lot of things that I did back in school. I have stopped building toy cars and boats. I have stopped drawing. I still write. But I have lots of fiction on my laptop that I have not published. I am hoping that one day I'll get back to writing and drawing Aqualord. Maybe recruit a bunch of youngsters who will probably do it better than I ever could back then. We'll get to that point. Agbatinde. So yes, I remember Bamdele Shubulokun, Moshood Atitebi, Obi Odogbolu, my badass friend. Obi and I are still in touch on Facebook. Once in a while we say hello. I remember Yinkaido. Oh, my lovely Yinkaido. I remember Iyabo Odogbolu and Mokwelala Shodia. Those two tried the best to get me to go to the chapel. If there were two people who really, really tried hard to get me to the chapel, Iyabo and Mokwelala, and eventually it worked. It worked. There are so many more people that I can name, of course. I mean, there's no way to name everybody or to attempt to name everybody without committing a crime, because ultimately you leave somebody out. I remember Kesh for always drumming in class. And, well, I usually play along with him. Oh, yes. One thing I did in Fego that if my parents were to hear of, they would have a heart attack. I once jumped from first floor. I think I tried second floor once and I chickened out, but I jumped from the first floor. One of those days, I don't remember what happened. And I remember one time we were hiding in class from whether we were supposed to do something to the hostel. I ran to the class along with others. And then, what's it called? School prefects came over. And I had to
climb on the ledge of a window and hang there, Jackie Chan style, till they finished their operation and left. I escaped. That reminds me, I absolutely enjoyed the school library. That was where I sat down and read all manner of books about nuclear science, nuclear chemistry, rocket ships, jet engines, radioactive, radiomagnetic phenomenon, and all that. I fed my imagination wild in the library. Those were the only things I pretty much used the library for. I don't think I used the library to study for schoolwork. But hey. Anyway, all of these experiences and more have contributed to me being the person that I am today. I have no regrets about going to Fego except for the toilets. The toilets were horrible. No one should ever have to deal with those kind of toilets. I remember Jamaica. When the toilets were beyond use, you go to Jamaica. What was the name of those other places? Fego was good. It was good. It was a good experience. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who was a part of that experience. You're all wonderful guys. And
hello there. My name is Peace Toluwade, and I'm the pastor of City Harvest Church here in Abeokuta, Nigeria. Does the name Peace Toluwade ring a bell? Well, if you were in Fego 1984 to 1990, that name will not ring a bell to you as a Fego name. How about this? Boyega Onifade. Yes, that's who I am. That was my name. And I want to talk about Fego memories this afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Yemi Lawal for passing the mic to me, my chum, my buddy, Papi Ebo. And I want to thank Uche Obikudu, my childhood friend who started this in the first place. My earliest Fego memories was the very first day, October 5, 1984, that I resumed in Fego. That day, as my dad and mom dropped me, I looked around and I saw boys crying all over the place, but not your boy. I didn't shed a tear. You know why? My friends, Uche Obikudu on one side, Shegun Bankole on the other side, they joined me and we were waving my parents bye-bye together. We came from the same primary school. I knew ahead of time I was going to meet them there, and they came before me that day. So when I got to campus, is that what we called it? When we got to the school compound and I saw them, I was excited. So while others were crying, I was excited. There were other boys from my primary school, Ramoni Bakari of blessed memory, Zaid Ayola, and Larry Tiamiu, and which other boy at that time, and I was excited my friends were there. But you see, 2 weeks later, I was as homesick as every other JS1 student. It didn't get to 2 weeks, but I'm just saying, 2 weeks later, and like every other student, I wanted to be taken back home. I cried and cried, but thank God my parents did not listen to that. Now, there are some memories that stand out in my Fego journey. One of it happened in JS2. On a certain day, 3 of us, actually it was the 2 other boys that came to meet me and said, boy, guy, let's go to town. Let's go to town. And then the 3 of us broke bounds. That's what we went to town without an exit. And they said, there's this stream, we'll swim there. I didn't know how to swim, but I went with them. I won't mention their names. Both of them are 8490. We were in JS2, 1986. And these 3 tiny boys broke bounds and went to town. Anyway, we got to the stream and we were supposedly swimming. I didn't know how to swim. I was in the water like them. And the next moment, I found myself drowning. Wow, this is real. I was drowning in that stream, somewhere on the outskirts of Odogbolu, I think between Odogbolu and Ayekpe. And I was drowning, and then they came to my side, and I began to think, what are these guys doing? What has God done over them? Because you see, it felt to me like they were trying to submerge me in the water. So I understand today that phrase, the antics of a drowning man. A drowning man would do everything to stay afloat. I was doing everything, and while they were trying to bring me up, I thought they were actually pushing me down in. And I fought them, but thank God, these boys somehow were able to pull me out of that water alive. I can't forget. I keep on thanking God for that because I could have died. Anyway, we snuck back into school, and that was it. Another memory I want to talk about was in JS3. You know, there are so many of them. But in JS3, how many of you remember, I am a rat, I am a monkey or something. I am a rotten material, I will obey all rules and regulations given to me by my seniors. For those of you who don't know, it was one midnight like that, around 1 a.m. thereabout, when we were in JS3, 1987. HSC student, upper six, the captains, that we call them. Yeah, remember that time, upper six used to be captains and Form 5 used to be prefects. All right, so those captains and the assistant again, and then some other upper six students, they came to our blocks, Chad Cross, Niger Oshun, and rounded off JS3 boys, only JS3 boys. At that time, there was a prediction that this set was going to be the worst ever in Fego. And they were telling the principal, look, when these boys, when they get to SS3, they'll be the toughest thing you've got to deal with ever in your career. Thank God that prediction failed. I mean, 89 was bad, not us. But that was 1987 in JS3, and they rounded us up and took us to the HSC block. I was part of them, you know. We went through all forms, all routines of punishment, all routines, frog jump, and good night, everything, and they were belting us intermittently, you know, passing us to themselves, and it was terrible that night. Many of us thought we would die, but then we thought if we survive this, these guys are in for it. You know what? After a while, they let us go, and while we were about maybe an hour or so of punishment, and while we were running away from the HSC block, we began to sing, you are all rats, you are all monkeys, you are all rotten materials, you must obey all rules and regulations given to you by Form 3 boys. My set was, you guys, you were something else. And those seniors, they were exasperated, to say the least. They didn't know what to do again. I can't forget that night. And those of you that got escape, you missed too. You missed the fun that followed the punishment. All right. What else do I want to talk about? A lot of things. I appreciate the friendships I had. I remember JS2, JS3, I literally shifted to Niger House because of my friends, Afame Funa, Akamelu, Eddie Ebruke, Zikei Kentebe, Leke Adesoya, and of course, Okezie Ihejiofo at that time. Now Emmanuel Okezie. And those days were fun. I remember I bad escape a lot. I was hardly at, Saturday morning inspection. Femi Odeji, you didn't buy escape as much as I did for Saturday morning inspections. There was a time I went to join the 7-day event so I can miss Saturday morning. But that didn't last. It didn't last just a couple of weeks. Anwi. Yes, in the junior classes, I was one of the Anwi specialists. You say Anwi? Anwi, not Anwi. Anwi, it's Anwi. You know Anwi. Okay? We'll go to the forest to get Anwi and lick all over the place. And even on ripe pawpaw, you know, those days we were hungry, man. Great days. But there's something I must mention, remarkable to me in my Fego days. And that is, I got born again in FGC Odogbolu. Right from 100 level. It was the 4th of November 1984, I think. It was a Sunday. I answered the altar call as a little boy and I got saved that day. However, I didn't always remain in Christ. I remember telling myself after a while, I want to enjoy school life now. I want to enjoy school life. By 1985 or so, I fell out. I backslid, as we used to call it in those days. And that's why I could go on those escapades with those guys, like breaking bounds, like all the rest. And then sometime in 1989, I was sick for a while. I had fever at that time, and somebody took care of me. My friends loved me, but hey, they are humans. But there was this guy that displayed a kind of care that the average person will not display. It's Ibukwano. I remember you wherever you are. God bless you. Ibukwano took care of me, and I told myself as he's taking care of me that this is your brother. once I recover, I will go back to the chapel. I will rededicate my life to Christ. And that's exactly what happened in 1989. However, I left Fego at the end of 89. In 1990, I came back to Abeokuta and I started running with the wrong crowds. I now began to run. I was never a bad boy in Fego, even when I backslid. But hey, 1990, 91, 92, up to early 93 when I got into the university, I was running with the wrong crowd. But I thank God, 93, November 4 again, 93, I rededicated my life to Christ. And here I am today. Fego is a very important part of my life. You guys are very important. I love you. That's why I'm so much involved in the WhatsApp group. I participate because I love you guys. But let me leave you with this. God brought us together some almost 40 years ago, and some of us have been checking out one after the other. The time will come when many of us will be checking out of this world. And I pray that before you check out, you have Christ in your heart. That's my prayer for you, that you receive Him and that you're born again, and then eternally would meet again and will rejoice together at the feet of Jesus. Thank you. I think my video is a bit longer than everybody else's. Pardon me. Thank you for listening. And I want to pass the mic right now to a couple of people. I realize that we are so many, and if we pass to just one or two, we may not finish this for 6 months. So I'm passing the mic to number one, Eddie Ebruke. Eddie Ebruke. I'm passing this mic to Sherifat Abdullahi Ni Oreshegun Hajia Sherifat, to Fausat Alimi. I'm passing this mic to Shegun Bankole. Shegun, wherever you are, come out and take the mic. I'm passing this mic to Sheun Baptiste, the king of impromptu speech. That's 5, right? One more. Let me make it a lady again. I'm passing this mic also to, who will that be? Nuratoni. Is Nuratoni on this forum? I don't think so. If she's not, Kafilat Awodun, this mic to you. God bless you. Thank you all for being there. Bye.
Hello, 8490 classmates. It's really a great pleasure to link up with you this way. My name is Sherifat Funsho Abdullahi Oreshegun. I was in JS1D to 3D and SS1 Blue to SS3 Blue. Like most of our mates have said, those 2 classes were tough classes. We had fun while we studied. Among us, we had jesters, we had those who were mimicking teachers, and we had those who gave nicknames. I had 2 nicknames in school then. One was Sherry Lamont, and some teachers called me Oreshege. My experience in Fego, I have the good, the bad, and the ugly, like you, every other person I've been saying. I've watched quite a couple of the videos, and a lot of them have rejigged my memories. A lot of things I've forgotten, at least when I was watching the videos, I remember. It was fun. One of the experiences I had in Fego was the food experience, the food challenge. But sometimes by the time you get to the dining hall, they will have declared massacre. They will have cleared the food. Some people will have carried the pots of food away. So a lot of students are left hungry. So I don't really blame those students who have to fend for themselves by going to the bush to cook. Because we say an hungry man is an angry man. And an hungry student, boy or girl, is an angry and frustrated student. Because without adequate nutrition, one cannot concentrate in class. So that was one challenge. Then the good thing, at least from the aspect of the girl child, is our Girls' Day celebration. We put a lot of activities into it to have an eventful day, and most of us usually enjoy the day. Even before the United Nations declared the International Day of the Girl Child, in Fego we were valued. We were taught how to appreciate ourselves as girl children. And that was a good aspect in Fego. Then I value the friendship that we had from that young age, and some of us have kept that friendship till now. I remember the friendship of Coco, Victor, and Dauda, Funke, and Tutu, and a host of others like that. We have kept this friendship on, and it's really good. I like the way we help ourselves in the group, the sense of empathy, the kindness we show to ourselves, and the fun we have. Even though we fight sometimes, we still make up together, and we are still better people because of that. Fego experience is quite tough in a way, but it has shaped our life. Most of us are better people, because if you can survive Fego, you can survive anything, I believe. So that is quite. I don't think you can get the type of experience we had then. I don't think you can get such in the present schools now. So it's really wonderful, and I thank Odogbolu for starting this initiative. It is really worthwhile, and we are getting to know more about ourselves now more than ever before, and that is very good. So thank you very much. I pass on this mic to Yemi Osho, Fausat Alimi Opayomi, and who else? And Omolola Famuyiwa. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Hello, good evening. Fego 8490. It's a privilege and honor to talk to everyone concerned after over 30 years. I thank God for preserving our lives, for giving us the opportunity to be among the living. And now take time to appreciate our brothers and sisters that have gone beyond us. I'm praying to the Almighty God to continue to guide and protect and take care of the family they left behind. Well, going back to memory lane, 1984, when I came in as a young kid to Fego. First 3 years as a junior student was actually, what I call it, a bittersweet experience, because we had times that were tough and times that were really great. I remember my worst experience in Fego was when we were in JS2. As usual, as an escapee student, I did not go for night prep. We were sleeping in the hostel one night when 3 of our seniors, I can remember their names vividly, but I won't want to mention their names. They came to the hostel and they were hijacking lockers to steal provisions. Unfortunately for us, after the incident, I think it was I and Bunabi, we didn't go for night prep. So that night, the same seniors came. They wanted to wake us very late at night, took us to their block. My brother, sister, Sibashi, he dealt with us, beat the shege out of our life that night. Short. That was my worst nightmare in Fego. Fast forward, senior year, SS1, SS2, okay. I had the opportunity then to bond with great minds, good friends.
Odogbolu, yeah, Odogbolu was actually my partner in crime, Nabi Dalpadal. I remember then I was quite cool with Odogbolu, Pastor Peace. I left early, first term, HS3. Would I say thanks or no thanks to that Adifalaju then, we left. But life is good. Thank God for His mercy, for helping us to actualize and live our dreams and make life good for us. University days, I reconnected with Benga Ajayi and Anthony Lusama, yeah. And we were like brothers, coming way back from Fego. We bonded well. We had good times together at university. Years later, we connected with Akin Ladi Dipo, He's been a great friend, a brother. Odogbolu Abadi, we actually talk every month. Staga, Ahmed, Mohammed Kutigi. Okay, I remember sometime 2 years ago, I met Norris Dwayne in New York. Reconnected with Clement and Charles in Indiana. It was good. Thank God for everything. Looking forward to seeing everyone someday, if COVID will permit, so that we can reconnect and see physically and celebrate life together. May God continue to keep us and preserve us in the name of Jesus. Thank you and take care. I hear you now.
On that glorious day, I'm yet to see when I live for life's great sea. Great Fego, call with rice and beans. I vow to reflect and adore. Hello, 8490. It's Yele Ojo. GS1F to 3F, SS1 yellow to 3 yellow. I'm really glad, I'm proud, I'm happy to be a part of such a wonderful set. You guys are my brothers and my sisters, and I thank God for the experience. My memories are not that good, I wish they were. In terms of remembering, but yeah, they were mostly, the ones I remember, mostly good. Maybe a few bad, but not so ugly. Fego was an experience. We didn't enjoy it all the time, but that was life. That was growing up, and it was good to grow up with you guys. I think my best day was turning up the initial resumption date and finding that it had been postponed by 2 weeks, so getting to go back home for an extra 2 weeks. Came back on the 5th of October, and then the journey started. Oshun House, lots of good guys. I remember the last boy, you have to run, and the person who is last gets to run some errands. Drinking Izal water, going to fetch water, scrape water from the reservoir, scraping water. I think one day, one or two of us woke up early and thought, yeah, let's go and get some water. Stood in front of the reservoir. By the time the people came with a metal buckets, I was like, please, just let me go. I don't want water anymore. Yes, class. I think I enjoyed French, definitely. Mrs. Onokala, lovely lady. I'm sure a lot of people would think otherwise. And then it became compagnie. Compagnie, when he enters the class, would go Ojo, Kelly like that, right from the corridor before entering the class. And funny thing with Compagnie's lessons in F then was there would always be one person sitting at the last chair by the window, but every time you look, it's a different person because the last person has jumped out of the window. So companion will start with 30 people. By the end of the class, 15 people. Obviously, I had to stay to answer his questions, so nowhere for me to go. As a junior, missing your food, even though you are on the table, but because one senior has come and taken all the food away. By the time we were in senior years, Adefolajo had changed it to class by class, and I remember people dashing out of class because they can see the neck or somebody in the class is already leaving the class to go to the dining hall, so people just dash out. In yellow, I remember there was a day Mr. Ajayi was teaching us further maths, and I think it was, and he gave us some sum. I got it right, he marked it wrong. I went back to him to say, look, I got this right. So I looked at it, he saw it was correct, but he didn't agree with the method I used. So he just shook his head. He said, look at this stupid wudu boy. And then he marked it for me. Funny enough, I think I realized I was always coming like 17 in further maths, and then one day I saw the register that there was actually 17 people in the class, so I gave up for that maths. And it was Fego was a good experience. I'm tempted to use the word wonderful, but if it was wonderful, it was the people that made it wonderful. Brilliant. I'm really glad to be able to do this. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. I know there's a lot of content, there are a lot of videos that I need to go through, and I'll be really glad to see all the faces again. And I pray God will continue to keep us all, that we would be able to have a reunion and celebrate many more years. Thank you for being there for me then, and thank you for being there for me now.
Hello everybody, my name is Chinazum Stanley Aguru, aka Stagger. I'm happy to be part of this set. I have seen so much love shown among everybody, the camaraderie. I started right from when we were in Odogbolu, and has extended to the better part of our lives. Odogbolu had, as everybody has said, good, bad, and ugly memories for a lot of us, I included. I had some nasty memories, but funny, I was so eager to go to boarding house and Odogbolu in particular, maybe because of my elder brothers who attended the boarding house. So it was like more of a rite of passage in my family that everybody had to go to the boarding house. So I was eager to go there. Funny thing, the first day in Odogbolu, when we resumed, both on the first time we went there was on the 27th and on the 5th. I met my lifelong friend, my brother, Mark Udori. It happened to be that our fathers knew each other prior to the time we were going there, and then they met there and they hadn't seen for a long time, and then it all started out. And then we happened to be bunkmates in Oshun House. We had to be in Oshun House, and we ended up being bunkmates for the better part of our duration of the whole stay from JS1 to SS3, and we continued till today. Odogbolu was, as I said, one of the most striking memories I have about Odogbolu was, I remember, I think it was in SS1, or I think SS2 rather, it was in SS2, when we were writing a GCE, and my mom had been ill for a while, and I wanted to go home. I used that opportunity. So I and Kyle there at Atiba, we broke bounds and went to Lagos. And then Kyle there at Atiba, they were still living in Ogba then. So we went to his house, and and we are sitting down in the house talking with his elder brother and his friends, and we're all laughing, eating amala and all that. And then all of a sudden, somebody knocked at their door, and it happened to be Mr. Atiba, his uncle, who came to do something in WAEC, at WAEC office at Ogba. Carl immediately ran into the room. I couldn't move fast, but luckily the room was dark. There wasn't any light. So I sat down there. He came in and he was talking to Kade's brother, and I was like, I just froze there. And luckily he didn't spend more than 10, I think it was about 10 minutes he was there, and he spoke and talked, and then he left. It was crazy. Immediately I just went home, saw my mom. I don't think we had any exam to write that period. And then we both headed back to Odogbolu as fast as possible. So that was really crazy. At this particular point in time, I think I don't have any other story. That's the most intriguing thing I knew about Odogbolu. I can remember about Odogbolu. So I'm going to pass on the mic to my friend, my brother, Makudore, Idemudia Obiahan, and Ahmed Mohamed. Over to you guys.
Hello, Fego 8490. This is Dean. I was better known back then as Okugbe, and I used to be in the green class from SS1 onwards, and also in Cross House. I joined you guys in GS3. I just want to say, before I start anyway, I just want to say a big shout out to Uche for initiating this. It's been quite a big change on the forum. Anything that gets the ladies as involved as this, I've never known the ladies to participate so much, so that definitely has to be a good thing. So thumbs up again for Uche for initiating this, and everybody for taking part. Something else that occurred to me before I even go further was extending this a bit more. There's something about, making a video. Some people might have done it already, making a video for our loved ones, our children, or people that are very close to us. Not for the forum, just another video for like something similar to this, but specifically about our life experiences that I want to pass on to our kids. Something we want them to watch and remember us by long after I know people don't like hearing this sometimes, but so sorry to be morbid, but it's reality. One day we'll all go. That's just a fact, we can't argue that one. But kind of thing you want them to, a video you make and say, this is what I've learned about life. This is all the experiences that I've gone through Fego and life as a 20-year-old, as a 30-year-old, as a 40-year-old, and so on and so forth. And this is kind of life experience I've learned. This is what I want to pass down to you. This is how I want you to remember me. So when it comes to the time, it's not just people talking about, oh, what a wonderful person you are, or this kind of person. They're hearing straight from the horse's mouth. This is what you've been through. This is what you've learned, and you want to pass it on to them. It's either to help them make wiser decisions, or help your children to avoid certain things, or to motivate them, or just to remember you by. So that's that bit. Okay, so I'm going to focus on from my Fego experience, I'm going to focus on about 4 things. 4 key lessons I think I've learned from Fego. A lot of this was kind of in hindsight, kind of reflecting on what I've learned in hindsight. So I think my first one is you snooze, you lose. That was my first lesson, because I was, before I went to Fego, I could talk to girls anyhow. And then for some reason I got to Fego and I had a brain freeze. I just froze. What the hell? I couldn't talk to girls anymore. I don't know what happened. It just went. And I found myself, I used to kind of have to psych myself to talk to girls. You just come on. Then I found myself, sometimes I'll position myself where I know the girls will pass by, maybe in the corridor or whatever, and you see me, I'll go, okay, that would do. Get myself ready. And say, okay, I can do this. Dean, come on, you can do this. And then you see maybe one of the babies, because I used to fancy some of the babies, and in fact I fancied all the girls. But just to give you an example here, you see one coming out, I'll see in the distance coming out. I say, okay, you know what? Today's the day. You're gonna talk to her. Get ready. Come on, you can do this. Come on, focus. And then you see her. I'll be like, okay, now you can talk. Excuse me. And then you see another girl going, okay, I can do it. Come on. No. All this knowledge, you can do this. Bye. Oh man, it was embarrassing. It was terrible. So I couldn't say that. I looked a bit like that character from Big Bang Theory. I think the Indian guy who nothing could come out. He lost the ability to talk in front of girls. So I think that was what I kind of came out to. So I would try everything, and then I started making excuses about why I couldn't talk to the girl. You know, I kind of look at maybe Charlotte this last, no, she's too tall. The late Ronke, too pretty, out of my league. This one, I would make excuses. Premo, oh no, she's too much of a tomboy. She'll probably beat me up. Sorry. But yeah, so you kind of start thinking, and there's other times I think, no, but what is wrong with this? But it wasn't till later that I started finding my, my courage back to talk to women. So when you see me chatting up the ladies here, toasting them, it's all playful, but it's me making up for time. Sometimes I think, no, but what is wrong with this? But it wasn't till later that I started finding my, my courage back to talk to women. So when you see me chatting up the ladies here, toasting them, it's all playful, but it's me making up for time. It's me making up for time for all the opportunities I lost in February that I couldn't talk to you girls. So I'm using every opportunity now. But yeah. Okay, so the second lesson for me is about sometimes you have to follow your heart. Sometimes you have to follow your heart. And I think one of my biggest regret was I didn't do the subjects I wanted to do in Fego. Because I had no business being in green class. For one thing, there were no girls there. The other thing was, ideally, I wanted to be like in the arts class and do writing, and that was just where my mind was. But my dad was paying my school fees. He was based in London, and he had his mind set on me becoming a doctor. I knew, of course, come on, man. I knew I didn't have the brain to be that. Come on, man. Everybody know you didn't do a level. But I didn't have the heart to tell him that I couldn't be a doctor. So I was just like, okay. As long as he keeps me my school fees, I'll just keep making him believe that I could be a doctor. Right. So it's unfortunate. I never really enjoyed. So I'll be in biology, chemistry class, physics class, and I was just like, what the hell is going on here? You're just staring, huh? And they'll say something, huh? I say something else, huh? I was way behind. But I think one of my worst subjects was maths. It has to be my worst. I am petrified of maths when it comes to maths. You see me, I'll just stay there, come in class, and I'll be very still. Don't move. My whole objective during the maths lesson was not to get noticed. Just kind of stay still, stare straight ahead, and hope the teacher doesn't see me. Don't even try and breathe, just in case they spot you. And the minute, for me, success in maths class was not being spotted by the teacher, not being asked a question. That was success. So it's a shame, but I'm a bit more relaxed now, with maths. I found, I actually didn't need most of the stuff that was taught there, so hey, nothing lost. My third lesson is to learn to laugh at yourself. And I think, when you're in an environment like Fego where they will finish you, the yabbing, it was lovely. The yabbing was, I had to roll with it. But I kind of learned in an environment like that, you can't afford to be this oversensitive child and everything. So you have to be able to give it straight back. So that's one thing I did learn being in Fego, just kind of say, no, I'm willing to take it, but I can dish it as well. And I tend to gravitate towards people like that who don't take life too seriously. That's how I see it now. That if you learn to yab yourself better than anybody else can, it neutralizes anything they can throw at you. It's just like, what is that all you got? You're gonna yab me with that? Am I supposed to be feeling hurt by that now or what? So I kind of learned that skill, honed it a bit more, and saw the value of being able to yab yourself better than anybody else. I think the two people quite here that come to, I know a lot of people can do it, but two people that come to mind here that I know do it quite well, Larry and Ubu, they know how to yab themselves well. It's something I try to do as well. Then it neutralizes anything else. You know how to roll with the punches. Somebody gives it to you, gives it back to them. Even when it comes to choosing my future wife, that was one thing I looked for. One of the first tests I gave her was like, yabbed her. She yabbed me straight back. I was like, yes, I found the one. Okay, so my last kind of thing that I learned from Fego is kind of drawing strength from that experience in Fego. And for me, is if you can survive Fego, you can survive anything. There have been times when I've been struggling to finish a project or do something, and you kind of think, man, this is too much. You kind of think, no matter how difficult the situation is, you kind of think, no, wait a minute, you're talking about somebody who survived Fego here. So if I can survive that environment, I can survive anything. I can deal with most things. So that's it for me. I'm going to wrap this up because I can see the time is kind of going. It's almost 8 minutes. I didn't realize we're going to take this long. I want to pass this, I want to pass the mic to Okus, Dr. Okus, and then also Otto, better known as Muiwa. I want to pass those to you, and that's if nobody else has passed them already. Okay, guys, take care. Keep the videos coming on. It's quite good, and I'm enjoying it. See you. Bye.
Two boys went to Lamu for judgment. One of them said that I have no loaf. The other said that I have two loaves. They started fighting. They started singing. They started shouting. Don't divide the loaf. Don't divide the loaf. Don't divide the loaf. You better give it to me. So without beautiful song, I want to say good afternoon to my 8490 Fego sets, the beautiful people of Fego. I also want to thank Bishop Bukudu for this beautiful initiative. I just hope that someone will be able to compile these videos into a documentary for us to have later. Now, what are those memories of it? My first one is the day I slept in that school, the first night of 85. That night, Friday night to Saturday morning. When I woke up on Saturday morning, behold, my buckets, my slippers, and some personal effects were gone. Fat, stolen. It was like magic. I couldn't believe it. I knew I was in one big school. Luckily for me, I met Shegun Shobowale, who is coincidentally was from Abeokuta. So he now took me to cross house from 6, where I met my later school father, Fikayo Babatunde Fiki Babson. So due to that, he just took me under his wings, was one protecting me. So the dreaded Fiat cross house from 6 became my second room. And therefore I had to be going downstairs to be calling last boy by senior Kiniko for my mates, and some of them didn't like me for it. They didn't like me for it because I was there. I had no options now. I have to go and answer those seniors. He said, else they will send me on that message. Go and call last boy by so I will go there and do that. Then my first bunk mate, Alexander Moni Ajayi, he tall, nice guy. He had this beautiful white big locker full of provision, the biggest in our room. I didn't know what he did one day. I just picked one red permanent marker, wrote one nasty name on that cardboard. He couldn't scrub it off. Money in Mabinujari. Now one stupid guy buried that. I be that time. This was someone that later offered me his father's compound for a free medical health program in Ijebu, one of the highest level of humanity I've seen. Thank you very much, Olani. God bless you. Then I was so unfortunate to be placed on cross house table 4. You call it super table, fire table at that time. You have on that table Webs, Gambo, Suleiman Mohammed that was playing football. Anytime they come to the Daniel, we the juniors won't get food. There's nothing we can do. They will just carry the pot away. That was it. So we are always praying they shouldn't come around. When they come, they are coming to carry the pot. Nothing you can do. Well, thank God for Mr. Emebo that usually comes to our rescue occasionally. There was nothing anyone could have do to those tall, big bullies at that time. Then I remember going for cross country, my first cross country at that time. You know, we've been hearing stories about it. I said to go and join them and run this cross country race. So, by the time I came back to the school, it was after afternoon food. The Daniel was already closed for the afternoon. I could not believe it. I never wanted. That was when I knew I was in pro. I never went for another one. I knew it was not my way. I lie. Then I also remember the singing and dancing in that room 2 with Joseph Chukwudeku drumming and singing Talazo the school. Holding that we are always doing that every night. Then you remember that song, Frankie, do you remember me? Frankie, then Leza, I wonder if I take you home with me tonight, baby, because I want you tonight. So the guys, Ademoye Shudipo, who got to school before us, because I don't know why they just dropped him in school about a month before we all came. He's always break dancing for us. I still remember that guy. Very nice, funny chap. That else, that's about the junior class. I was in DS 1D to 3, and unfortunately they now put me in the midst of one Mayflower boys. Those that they already in the hostel before they came to the hostel like us. Akim, Salako, Akpeno, those Mayflower boys. I always salute for now. They taught me a lot of things. Yeah. Then the senior class, what else? What do we do? There was this day Tajuddin Karim wanted to go to Ijebu Days to see a girlfriend. He now invited me to come along with him. I felt, well, he was my friend. You know, at that time, you know me, Bolaji, Dotun, we were staying with Akodu, Tajuddin Karim, Karim Idris, then this guy, Adebowale, all of them were in the same corner with us. So he said he was going to Ijebu Day, and I decided to go along with him. As we got to town, we just met this blue Volkswagen, Mrs. Aderogba. Kai. The woman just parked beside us and said, "Students, where are you going?" We said, "We're going to Ijebu Day." He just said, "Do you have an ex?" I said, "Yes." I wanted to fool her, brought up my eyes out. The woman collected it, looked at the dates. He said, "Is it today's day?" He dropped it in her car, stormed off. So Tajudin said, he has caught us. Kini, Odimuwa now. Let us continue. We can't lose both ways. We now went to Ijebu Day, but I won't lie to you. My mind was on the till today. I can't even remember what we went to do in Ijebu Day. Because I was expecting on Monday morning that they were going to call my name on the assembly for suspension. And I feared my father. With Mrs. Makodu in the school, I know my father will hear about it one way or the other. So Monday, I waited, no news. Friday, no news. Upper Monday, no news. Back Friday, no news. It was as if God answered my prayer. I knew God answered prayer that day. That was when I knew God can answer people's prayer. I didn't know what happened to my exact card in a vehicle. But I just didn't know that they didn't call me on the assembly and I was not punished. So that's another thing. Then, what I remember? Yes, there's this night. Every night you just hear this sound. Last night I heard the screaming, like voices behind the wall. Not a sleepless night for me to do no good to call the police. Always coming late if they come at all. This Tracy Chapman sounds always comes from Anthony Chidelu, Peter Aruya, Lashene Ashiru, Sireu Young, and Olumosu's Corner. Every night. That's why they made me to like. I fell deeply in love with Tracy Chapman because I would just wake up in the night. I would start hearing that beautiful sonorous voice of Tracy Chapman. You guys, kudos, thanks for that. Then I was an escape master. Yeah. Anything they come by this guy, everybody to the center, they won't find me. I'll have dodged under the locker. Behind my locker, I'll put the box over it. Bam. Look at my body now. How would I let anybody to come and kill me? The people of the likes of Kinematics, Kinane, and Bayo Elabanjo. I won't, after, and someone said the likely, and me, I know that guy was a sadist. Immediately after Saturday inspection, you just come out to the room and do like this. Everybody on your knees. The next thing is belting. I learned to run away from him. That's what I do. Then later, Awe came around. There was this incident. Awe was posted on our table. New fresh guy came around, and I don't know what he did one day for me and Felix. We were on the same table. He didn't serve us good food. We now plan for the next one. We won't give him food. So I always go early. Is that I go early or Felix go early? And I remember he had to come back and beg us. He was doing big boy. He just came from nowhere. He comes from the chance us for school. We killed him on that table, that cross-house table. Then Bolaji, that's another guy, Omalade. He taught me a lot of useless things. He was one that taught me how to wake up early, away in the night. Away, yoki. We will have asked him for something in the afternoon, he won't give us. We just wake up with the away, key. We just bring out this key, give it to us. We open his locker, take cornflakes, mix and everything, close it back, put back the key under his pillow. He will wake up, he will be wondering what happened to his food. Now, so they do. Now, Bolaji taught me that one. Then, there was this time, Adelano Oshileye, Lanochi, young woman. You know, there's this abundant building behind the assembly we call theater. Occasionally we go there to go and play table tennis and read. So because of the abandoned building, there are a lot of WAPs colony all over the place. So there was this day we wanted to go and play, and WAPs were disturbing us. Adelan just climbed on the table. We wanted to chase them away. As he was swinging his hand, one of them just made wrong. No one just kept his hand, stung him on the lips. Bah! 30 minutes later, his news was stolen. We call him Robber Ete. I couldn't believe it. It was so funny. We were making jest of him. Yeah, it's one of those. And then another thing I want to talk about, I remember, you can't forget, like, you can see this mark, this triangular mark on my hand. It was caused by Bolaji Omalade. The story was like this. 2 weeks before that time, I have this iron. I brought iron to school. I was ironing, and I used to give people to iron their clothes. There's this I was ironing. We were in SS. Boyega Banjoku was sleeping in Chad house, just behind our own cross house wall. I just picked, I saw he was sleeping. Something just came over me. I just took my iron, put it on his soul, the calcaneus. Because of the thickness of that skin, it took some time for him to feel the pain. So I already left before he just stood up. He started shouting, this 360 on the floor. So people now told me that it was Ayola that did it. He now planned with Bolaji, my own pally for that matter, that they were going to show me. So one Sunday afternoon, Bolaji asked for my iron. I gave it to him. Fortunately, I slept off. The next day I woke up with excruciating serious pain on my hand. I looked at it, it was burnt. He was laughing. Boyega was laughing. Everybody in the room were laughing. I couldn't believe it. I was planning to do my own, but I didn't have the opportunity to revenge on that day. That was how I left it too. Then, what else? We usually go to class early in the morning on Sundays to go and read. Some of us that usually go at that time. Now, not the only reading we go do. There are two things that we always go. One, to go and read, and after reading for some time, to peep into the girls' hostel. Where people angry peepsy, those peeping Tom. And I know around where you go early, that's when the girls always come out to their compound to go and bath in the open. So some of us used to peek. We are doing it. I won't mention other people's name. Lips. My own, I don't talk. I know some people will not want me to mention their names. So it's not known. Never happened. All bad things old things are gone. Are passed away, like my pastors will say. And what else? Then those are the things I actually remember about Fego. There's interesting times. I learned we had a lot of friends, people that taught me a lot of things, reading, the competition. Our principal Adefolajo actually raised that competitive mind in us with the first 5 last 3 assessments calling on the assembly. It actually made me to actually work harder and do a lot of things. By and large, I thank God for our lives, for those things He has done for us. I remember my friend, what was his name? Odogbolu, Lake Adejola. The Lake of Adejola. What actually was that? There was a time we were on holiday in SS. By the time I met him in Abeokuta. At that time, he told me, what are you doing in Abeokuta? He said his father was ill at one hospital in Abeokuta. We went there together to go and see the man. The man talked to us, he was feeling better. And the next thing when I go back to Odogbolu, after the holiday, I just heard the man died. It was a shock to me. It was a shock, one of the greatest shock I've ever had. The man I saw, that was talking to us, feels so good and so normal. The next thing I go back to school, I was asking like, how's his dad and everything. Not when the man died. God bless his soul and give him eternal rest, forgive him his sins. Yeah, for those also that are still alive, I thank God for our lives. I pray that He continue to give us a good health, sound mind, and a prosperous life. For those that have gone, may He forgive them and rest their souls in peace. And may He continue to comfort their family. So because of that, I'll be dropping my mic now. For the following people who are going to pick it up: Bolaji Omalade, Dotun Dosunmu, Adenla Oshileye, Lekun Adejola, Chidi Okonta, Alarinde Ajayi, and Magnus Ayokunle Ogundelu. We were can get across to them to let them know. Thanks. Peace out.
Hi, Fergosians. 84 to 90 sets. The most outstanding set that has left Odogbolu. Firstly, I want to thank Uche Obikudu for doing what he has done to turn around the course of the group from yabbing, and bickering, adding a real spice to this group. When we started this recording, I had taken note of the count. We're 157 in this group, but as I'm talking to you now, we're approaching 200 that have turned up. I also thank all those that have gone ahead of me and have done their own video. So what they've actually done is they've covered so many things about the time we spent in this school, and everyone's experience is unique. For me, there are so many things I can recall, but time wouldn't even allow one to talk about the whole journey of Odogbolu. Firstly, I must inform you guys that I am Otogbolu Olumuyiwa Gamikon, that guy with long names that traveled all the way from Calabar to Odogbolu. I was excited to at least leave home and go to a place where I could see life for itself, like my dad would say. So for me, I was expectant. I mean, my elder brothers had been in boarding house, all sorts of stories, all sorts of challenges, and I didn't have their cover out there. But they told me things that would happen. So when those things started unfolding in Odogbolu, I would just sit back and watch. So memorable experiences. We've told we want to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. For me, what's really good? Well, my friends. I enjoyed the friendships I had in school. And I must acknowledge one fact that even today, I'm a beneficiary of the grace of this group. I must acknowledge that, and I thank all of you for all your support. Then when we look at the bad experiences, I just know that there were some seniors that were extremely wicked. I'll use the word wicked and try to frustrate our lives. But somehow we took it in good faith. I can remember one senior then, Peter Ibe. The guy gave me a slap, and I just could not imagine. Man, I tried to imagine what I could do to this guy, but over time I just let him be. When that set left, that Vance there said, Peter was there. We now had the Adenekon, Taju, TJ was more or less like the friendly one for me. Then we had Shola Genti. Shola Genti to try to make my life miserable. But today we are friends on Facebook. At least once in a while we say hi. What I can remember very well concerns the teachers. We had this with Akaime. I can still get his name right. When students set up food somewhere by the door, and when the man came, the thing fell and poured on him. The man went through so much suffering in the hands of students. Then I can remember Mr. Emebo, wonderful man, with his long cane, dining hall, trying to make sure that we behaved. And his French suit, Emebo was one of those that really inspired and touched my life, and was more or less giving us a lot of fun while we were in Odogbolu. Then Hemetu was one other interesting person. So ugly experiences, well, I can't really say I had any. We had the issue of going to the reservoir, not beating water, having to cut grass, which I was exempted from. But I can also remember, after visiting days, the situation of the convenience in school then. Horrible. The boys would really enjoy the visiting day, and the following day, my God, needed to pay a visit to the convenience. But after all said and done, I thank God I went there. My life was really touched by all sort of encounters. I made some very good friends, and had some guys that were tried to make life difficult, but we took it in good faith, like I said earlier. So I take this moment as well to remember our very good friends. For me, Emeka Ryan Lee, that is not here to share his own memories. Then we had Gideon Shoba, Jido Latoye, BC Bukunle. We actually worked together in the bank. We joined First Bank together. Blessed memory, Sholari. There are so many, but we thank God that we are here, and we pray that God will give us long life to keep enjoying and celebrating this partnership, because I tell you, we haven't even started yet. There's so many successes will come, we'll still celebrate, and God will going to give us life in prosperity and good health. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the ladies as well, and we look forward to sharing more lovely moments. Thanks and God bless.
Hello guys, Fego8490, wonderful people. This is Yinka Tinuade accepting the mic. Thank you, Odogbolu, for this initiative, and of course to my bro Dele Sonyolu for passing the mic to me. Okay. Fego8490, what he said, wonderful set of people, and wonderful memories. So I remember that the author Chimamanda said that we remember differently. So I know that it might be the same encounters, it might be the same experiences, but from different angles. So this is my own angle of Fego 8490. Fego, we got to school 5th of October 1984, right? And I remember the first experience was that when we drove to the hostel area, so many guys were milling around, standing on the corridor, waiting to receive us. They all looked like vultures. They were looking very old. I was like, where are these old men from? And I've been wondering since then. We didn't look that old when we were in SS3. But they were looking old, full beards and everything. So we got into school all fresh. I didn't cry that day. I wasn't homesick because we came late. So my mom had to sleep over at Okonwa town. And then she came the next day to see that I was well settled in. And of course, if you remember, the Sunday was visiting day. And when I started seeing parents coming to visit their wards, I was expecting my own mom to come too, but she didn't show up. And the floodgates were opened. Oh, fantastic memories. It was the junior classes were all about survival. You had to survive one way or the other. How did we even survive that school? How? Remember fetching water from the reservoir early in the morning. Hi. At the point you will cry, you start crying. I don't want to fetch again. I want to come out. I don't want to fetch. And you and your pockets are squeezed. And your feet are not even touching the ground. And then you barely make it out, maybe with half a bucket of water. And then you find the long line of seniors waiting to collect one bowl of water from what you... Oh my word. You just had to survive. And also I remember that in Fego we learned how to combine food, weird combinations. In fact, up to today I still combine meals, and my wife is asking, where did you learn all these combinations from? It's from Fego. I learned it from Fego. How many of you remember katanga? We used to take bread and katanga. Katanga was something like a fish pie or something, and then we put it in the midst of bread and all that. And then we'll take gari, with beverage, milk, sugar, and then you will add treat top to it again. Amazing, very weird combinations, And most time throughout Fego, one thing that was constant with me was I was always hungry, and I was always wondering why. Even after meals, I would still be feeling hungry. I remember one night, one of those nights, first week in school, after eating rice and so I went to ask for more from the dining hall prefect, a lady. The lady just looked at me, took me to the kitchen, gave me more, and sent me away. I'm sure she... Oh Lord, amazing experiences. And of course, in JS classes, I think when we got to JS3, it was, I think, close to our exams, the JS3 exams. Of course, I had a crush on one of our mates. I'm not going to name the person. And I remember my good friend Funke Adetunji organizing things. She did a yeoman's job to arrange things for me, and so that I could meet up with the lady, and then of course take it from there, and I ran away. Okay, I'm sorry. I was afraid of the show, so I ran away. Amazing. Moving over to SS classes, I remember that also I had an aunt who was a teacher, Mrs. Onyolola. She taught us mathematics in junior secondary, remember? And then at a point, of course, on Saturdays I used to go to our house in the staff quarters, and then to just lounge and then eat and all that. And then I think it was in SS1 she was moved into the girls' hostel as a matron, and I was like, I won't eat again. And I remember asking her, Ma, I want to come to your house, so I want to. And she said, come. I said, inside the girls' hostel. She said, yes, come. So on this fateful Saturday, I remember our mother-in-law was around, and then she came out and grabbed my hand outside the girls' hostel gate and took me inside. Aha! And that's how I got the liberty of entering the girls' hostel for free. Yes, and it got to a point where they didn't have to come and pick me outside the gate again. I would just enter. And then I remember that on some occasions the girls would just be shouting, "Girl, who's that? Don't you know this is a girls' hostel?" I was blinded to all of them for the joy that was set before me, the food that I was going to eat. I didn't even listen to anybody. Oh, that was an amazing memory. And of course, I won't end this without saying that I had the most memorable day of my life in Fego, on that fateful night just before prep. In the night, two wonderful guys, Kolawole Toru and Dikbo Akinriade, they preached, and I gave my life to Christ. Oh, amazing. What an amazing night. And I was filled instantly with the Holy Spirit. I don't know about any other person's encounter, but I could say for mine, it was amazing. And, since then, the Holy Spirit has been my best friend. He set me on the course that I must follow. That's why I always urge people to meet with the Holy Spirit, because Jesus Christ said He will teach you all things. Everything you can think of, He will teach you. Even right now, He's waiting to teach you everything that is that has been, that you have had issues with. He's waiting to teach you exactly what to do. And one remarkable thing that happened then, I remember right after the set before ours had been sent home on suspension, we the Christians in our set, we started praying that our own set would not be like that. I remember Goyega Adewumi, Kola Toru, Kayode Oshukoya, Ibukwa Ino, Femi Aino, Michael Ugegele, all the Christians, who gather and we pray that our set is not going to be like that. And of course, that's why all of you, that's why no matter what happened, our set could not have turned out any other way. We prayed, and of course, things turned out right. So I'd like to say thank you for listening to me. Remember, the Holy Spirit is your friend, is waiting to lead you and to guide you. Just ask him and he will. He will tell you all about Jesus and he will make Jesus real to you. Alright, so at this point I would like to pass the mic to quite a number of people. Number one, to Kola Toru, Dekwakiri Ade, Boyega Dewumi, Leke Akindele, yes. And then I remember my seatmates in junior secondary, Sherifat or Shegun, passing the mic to you. Then, of course, Lola Famuiwa, yes. And my namesake, Yinka Ido. So I'm passing the mic to all of you. Make sure that you send in your videos. Thank you, everybody. God bless. Love you guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeleke Akindele, otherwise known as Kaluchi. GS 1B to 3B and SS1 green to 3 green. Thank you, Uchenna, for getting everyone together. I think we all speak to each other in silos, but this is really nice to be able to at least put something out to the whole group and give all of us a chance to reminisce, about all those days in Fego. It's 36 years. We're trying to recall memories from 36 years ago. That's a lifetime. That's a lifetime. But anyway, we're all here, and at this point, for the members of the class that are no longer with us, we pray for the repose of all their souls. Amen. So, 84 to 90. Wow. Great years. My memories are, I have decided to stick only to the memories that bring me some sort of joy, because, the whole Fego experience was a bittersweet experience. I said to some of the boys on a separate Facebook group, a WhatsApp group this morning, the UK Facebook group, that, Fego was a social experiment, and it could have gone badly wrong, but somehow we survived. Like most people, memories start from the very first day we landed in Odogbolu. And like other people have said, being a Lagos boy, my only school of choice at the time was King's College. I did my common entrance at King's College. Literally, I knew where I was going to sit if I did make it to the school. And when I got admission into Odogbolu, I had no idea where that was. And my father, in his wisdom, didn't try and, he didn't try to make things easy for me. He painted Odogbolu as a fantastic school, that don't worry, I'll have good support, there'll be many, I'll have friends, air conditioning. And like a very naive boy that I was at the time, I remember we came to the school in 2 cars. He put all my things in a bus and we came in a car. So we had 2 cars and we drove up that lane, when you come into Fego through the gates. And the first building you see is the staff building, and behind the staff building is the common room. And somehow in my mind, I thought, well, there were air conditioning units in the staff room, in that funny shaped building. And in my mind, I thought that would be my room. It's got air conditioning. Anyway, we did the checks and somehow that wasn't my room. We had to go to Chad House. So we got my things to Chad House. My parents said goodbye and that was it. I was left in this room with many boys, strange bunks. And then that night it rained. Oh my God. It rained. And lots of people were crying, but I was so angry with my parents that they could leave me in a place like this. So angry. I don't think I slept that night, but not out of fear, or I was just irritated that my father thought he could leave me in this place. Anyway, somehow we slept and then we were woken up at 5:30 to go and get water to shower. And I remember getting my bucket, my sponge case, going downstairs, lining up, looking at what in God's name is going on here. And then somehow I got some water and we're about to shower. It was outside. And for the first time in my life, I saw some older boys with pubic hair. I'm sorry, it's a bit vulgar, but I didn't even know at that time that people had pubic hair. That's how naive I was at the time. And I think it was Charles Dowrier who was in the same room as me at the time that laughed at me. I said, this guy, you're not going to survive this school. Anyway, that was kind of funny. So we, and then we had that, and we had to shower and go and do a few other things. And I thought, man, I'm not going to survive this school. Went to the dining room and it was all crazy, But anyway, that's all in the past. We survived that first few days. And then I got to JS1B, and I think some of my early friends, Ibukwaino, I remember, was a good friend, Donyo Olano, who later left, and I remember having a conversation with some boys, about, school and how good they were in their primary schools, and I was convinced I was going to be one of the best people in JS1B at the time. Anyway, long story short, I think that first term I came 19th, and it dawned on me that, okay, I think, everybody's on a different level in this place, and to be honest, it didn't really get much better. Bottom line, very mediocre existence in GS, in the GS classes. I think most of my enjoyment in the junior classes came from, Chad House, where I had a fantastic set of friends, Shola Bumi Adedeji, Kenny, Olisama, Benga, Jai, Walata, Paul Unwosu, Charles Daurio, Tuabasi Moren, Sheye Bamibaye later on, Benga Edu, Pastor Peace, Kunle Ali, Bobby, Tobiolo Ashono later on, I think Chad House, had the best boys, and I think that made, it made life easy, because somehow, we sort of looked after each other. That's my understanding, and that's my recollection of that. I think, I try and forget in my mind what happened to all of us in our SS2 year, with the guys in SS3 at the time. To be honest, by SS2, I had developed enough coping strategies with Odogbolu, and I realized that you didn't have to be the smartest person, bravest person. You didn't need to know how to fight. You didn't need to be clever. All you needed to do was blend and disappear. Just be clever enough so that you're only seen when you need to be seen, and if you don't need to be seen, forget it. And that I don't think I had much problems with them, to be honest. I knew they existed, but somehow I managed to keep myself safe. So I'm going to forget that part. I'll just stick to the things that really happened to me. I think the only person, these people won't even remember, the only person I had a physical fight with in the whole of Odogbolu was Dauda, He won't remember. And I remember the person that instigated that, Zikei Kentebe. Only God knows where that boy is. But I remember him trying, making us very upset with each other, and eventually went to a place outside behind the library, and we had a big, fights at the time, and that was it. Anyway, after that fight, I knew, well, I'm definitely not a fighter, so forget it. That wasn't going to happen. And then I remember, one of the highlights of Odogbolu was obviously going to Boogie. And this is where Wale Shone comes in, because every time you go to Boogie and people say, oh, I danced with this girl, I danced with that girl, Wale Shone was somewhere around there looking at everybody, and he will come and tell you when you get back to the room that, hey, you didn't dance with her, I saw you throughout. There was nothing, there was no, there was nothing like that. And obviously some people who made up stories had to back down. So that was kind of interesting. Obviously, my Fego story is not complete without Shadi, big ups to Sade. I mean, I think I was SS1 or SS2 year. You know, it is what it is. You know, it was good. You know, I also have to tell you about how I got the name Scalucci. Again, the person who gave me this name, Odogbolu Ashodo, you probably wouldn't remember, but I had a scar from Skirt and Blouse bite. And somehow Scalucci came on to him and it stuck, and I still use it now for my email, and it stuck with me. Even my children call me Scalucci if they want to upset me. But anyway, 10-minute video. No regrets for Odogbolu. Beautiful time, beautiful people. You know, no regrets with all the friends that I've made, the UK boys, and my other friends, Ubu, Femi, Kesh, you know, boys we hang out with, you know. Thank you for everyone, and we'll catch up some other time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, my video may not be too good. I'm at work. I've supposed to have done it since, but I've been postponing it. Thank you so much, Obikudu, for this initiative. It's really nice. And Lakwe Nusrat Ahmed, thanks so much for passing the mic to me. My name is Yinka Idowu, aka Aqualid, aka Jingress, aka Season Muffins. My 8490 memories. Good ones, very wonderful ones. I joined you guys the second time because I was transferred from FGGC Calabar because of the distance and my challenge. I thank God. I think I came at the right time to join you guys. Wonderful people. At times when I think about my experiences and everything, I laugh. And I thank God. Memories, good memories. Some very good, some very somehow. But I thank God. The one I remember vividly was the first and in fact, I think the last time that I was beaten at Odogbolu. It was during a Greek class by Iheme, Mr. Iheme. He came in that day and it was like blah blah blah, dictating notes along the line, because I have my seat is in front. It was just dictating and everything. Along the line, I missed out. So I was turning back to late Bamidele Shiboloko and what's his name? Leko Adejola to copy the notes. But sorry about that. I'm at work, so to copy the notes. But they were copying and we were just gisting. I was copying, but I wasn't that fast. And we were gisting and I wasn't concentrating. Along the line, I just left it. I said, well, because I always like my notes to be very, very fine and everything, to be fine and neat. So I said I will copy later, that not knowing that saw everything I was doing that day. As soon as he finished the note, dictating the note, he just said, oh yeah, everybody submit. Wow. I submitted and he just said, yeah, okay, that he has been watching me. He brought out the skin and he flogged me, not minding mine. I thought in my mind that this man, he didn't even mind my disability and everything. But that day I blessed God for his life. He flogged me that my hands were filled with blisters. That when I got to the hostel, my friend had to help me to put some things on it and everything. But it helped me in a way, because that time he didn't see me as she's challenged. He saw me as a student that was not that wasn't ready to study then. That was trying to play pranks, and he dealt with me. Even Lekon and Bamidele, they were just laughing at me. He didn't beat them, he beat me, because I was the one that turned back. He was in front of me, I still had that effrontery to turn back, pretending to be copying, meanwhile gisting. Then another memory was, Aqualord now, Yomi. I think that time, I had one curry cook. I don't know if you remember. And there was rice. I cooked rice for him, and I took it to class during prep with drinks. I bought 7 Up or something. Anytime I remember, I'm just always laughing that, oh my God, this love. But I thank God. Though I'm not very active on the platform, but when I'm chanced, I read your messages, and in fact, I'm always very happy that everybody, each and every one of us, we are doing well in all our endeavors. I bless God. That it's nice hearing from you from time to time. Kaish, thank you for checking up on me some time back. Wale Shoneye, you've always been my brother, my blood, and I love you for it. Thank you so much. You guys, I appreciate you so much. This initiative is very nice, very nice. It's nice being among you, and I bless God for being a part of you guys. God bless you. God bless you real good. Let me leave you with this song. We are held of the Father. We are joint heirs with the Son. We are children of His kingdom. We are family. We are one. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here. My video may not be too good, but I just said I must do something. I'm passing the mic to Shola Odutola, though she's always been very active, and Buki Okunade. God bless you guys. Remain blessed. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning, friends. My name is Salako Olumide, SS3 Red, Games Captain 8490 set. I want to appreciate Uche Obikudu and every other person that called me out to be part of this Pass the Mic contest. It is a pleasure to be part of this set. One of the best things that had happened to me was my parents sending me to this great citadel of learning. A lot of things, I'm sure if we flash back, a lot of things happened. Some we could not even recollect, some we could recollect. One of the memories that lingers in my head was one event that took place between myself and Chinedu Zawane. I can't remember what I did to him, but Chinedu actually beat me black and blue, and the next thing I did, I didn't even know how this got into my head. I ran to the master's quarters. I think it was Mr. Olupele's house. I slumped on the floor, and this caught his attention, and the school authority took this issue up. Chinedu Zawane was suspended from the school for about 3 or 4 weeks, and on his return, I thought he was going to kill me, but as God will have it, we're able.
Hi, good afternoon, Fego class of 90. This is Nia Jai speaking. Many of you can remember me. I joined in October 1984. I think second attendance in school that year, because we first came in September, they sent us back home. So Obo has demanded, Obo passed the mic to me and has demanded I make some comments about my time in FGC Odogbolu, and so I will oblige the class and give my early childhood story of FGC Odogbolu, alias Fego, or Fego. Odogbolu, what an experience, what a time. I met so many people from so many parts of the country at one's young age and early existence, entering secondary school, tertiary school. firstborn of my family to go into secondary school. That's my parents' first child, so it was all a new experience even for them as well. And it was shocking. My mother was shocked when the conditions, particularly on that first visit in September before the sent us home, she was like, "What is this? Where am I sending my child to?" And then the second time they came on October 5th, it was like, oh my God, I think she was crying when she dropped me. And I tell you, from then on, my nightmare started. FGC Odogbolu was, the boarding house was a nightmare, I won't lie, it was a nightmare. First nightmare was, I think, was this first day of school, settling in the evening, setting up my locker, my box, and then from two boys coming, checking you out, assessing you, fresh meats, fresh men as Americans use in college. And for them, it was fresh meats to harass for food and money. And the first person to harass me was Jide Peters. I remember it very well. Came to my locker, looked at my provisions, his face, was squeezing his face. Saw my Odutola ginger nuts. What is this? Just grabbing it. Ginger nuts. And then suddenly, the babas came in to chase her for night prep. Oh my God, and I didn't even know what was going on. I just started running, back down the corridor into the second half of Cross House, and I hit a bunk bed, blacked out. I was crying, I didn't even know who rescued me, I can't remember. Jide Peters was nowhere to be seen. It was some nice Form 1 and 2 boys who just dragged me back and bleeding. Following that, literally that Sunday of that week, my parents came and just saw me and said, "What is this?" My mother once started crying and she just wants to take me home, you know. And then, you know, as they were giving me food, those vicious demons on the third floor of the hostel were looking down. Ajayi, he won't be for a while. And it started, you know, that's when the harassment started on a daily basis, looking for you, and just Form 1 was a nightmare. I mean, from the lack of toilet facilities, lack of water, I don't even know how I survived. I remember, you know, even in Klawoni, Yemi Oshindero collapsing one day coming to class. When I see him today, I can't even believe it's the same Yemi Oshindero. I can't even believe Dr. Yemi Oshindero came into class, maybe had typhoid or malaria and dirty, he's all white. Just what the boarding house could do to people, and his parents pulled him out of the school. Well, I managed to survive. I think class, academically, that was where it was a sanctuary. Then coming to class was much better than being in the boarding house, you know. 1E was his haven. Even though we had a nightmare of a class teacher, Onokala, she was just the adult's nightmare, you know, with her horrible French lessons and her horrible demeanor. You know, she was just a horrible person anyway. But, you know, class was fun. The Mayflower Boys, and Sally Sue, and people like Kola Toru, who are always being like big boys in class. Mulia Dubi, those are my friends. Richard Dinkpa, Bayo Sono, who else again was money? The girls with Chena Wanaforo, Maybell, in Benga. I can't remember Benga's last name now. My memory is a bit warped. I can't remember everything, but in the class, I think we went through 1E. We had good teachers. Coca, you know, was a good English teacher. I really liked him. He made you enjoy his class. Iheme, agricultural science, and I even have more stories with Iheme, but Iheme made us like going to participate in agriculture. You know, when we had your own plot and you grow your corn, and he was such a good teacher. Well, you know, grounded individual who I think, you know, he was an exceptional person in a very archaic system. I remember him. He was also our class teacher, I remember as well. not just the agricultural science teacher. So as I said, Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, just nothing to write. I think I've put everything into a compartment in my brain. I can't remember the trauma. It was traumatic, then being teased a lot, I remember being a part of the so-called Marx brothers, Cyril Young, Sheni Ashiru, Maduka Diogaran, and Wole Adubi. I was attaché Marx, the Marx brothers. I don't know who the other Marx brothers were. Was it Jappy Marx or whatever? And everybody, I was attaching myself to them, and they too were enjoying it, feeling I was attaché. I was just moving with a crew, just trying to be, maybe it was we had to form little crews and clans in order to stay safe. So me, I just tagged along, just trying to find some sort of, comfort zone, just trying to stay safe. We made good friends in boarding house, talked to Mutuga, Sheitona, Obiobunam, Adesonya, Bimbola, Doctor. Those were our little crew. We had our battles. Oranyeli, may so rest in peace. God help. Oranyeli taught me tennis. I really thank him for that. He was a good teacher. I enjoy tennis because of Mecca. Mecca would beat everybody. Mecca would beat everybody in tennis. Then basketball as well. Yeah, he was such an athlete. I feel so sad when I think about it. He was an athlete, and he was good in sports. The real Edo State athlete. The Edo State produces some of the finest athletes, and then Mecca was an all-rounder. He could play sports, tennis, and it was good. But as I said, from 1 to 3, it is what it was. I stayed there in Fego managing, and then first term from 4, one thought of maturity was beginning to seep into the system. You're now wearing trousers. I was looking forward to it. First term from 4, I thought, all right, we are seniors now. The bullying will stop, the harassment. I got into purple, I believe, because we were arts and commerce students, and Iheme made me class master, or class captain, I don't know what you call it now. I thought, okay, some maturity here, some responsibility. And even that first time we won cleanest class. I remember going up to meet Adefolaju to pick the prize for cleanest class of the week or cleanest class of the month. Feeling proud of myself and everything. I think I joined Literary and Debating Society as well. I even, I got in, and I was like, wow, this is going to be great. Senior, first time from 4 was maybe the best time both academically and boarding house-wise for me. Peace of mind. The trauma had subsided. But then I went and faced one wahala in class where I now did travel allowance. I don't know what you call it now. Is it Cronje? I did the travel allowance for the class, and everybody was saying they're from Borno and Kaduna and Kano. All the southerners wanted to go north for to collect travel allowance. And then Iheme came after me. He said, Ajayi, is that what you're a class captain for? To be writing bogus travel allowance for your classmates? That's how Iheme removed me, sacked for corruption. Not knowing the pressure I was facing on a daily basis from classmates to put bogus home destinations for them. That's what it was. And so I went home that first time in shame, and I just, whatever. And then a woman came to me one day and he said, it's an opportunity for you to transfer schools. You want to transfer? Come to Lagos, King's College, do you want to go? I thought about it and I just thought, I'm out. I said, Daddy, I'll come and change. I'll come to Lagos. I'm tired. I'm just tired. I want to go. And so that's how I left Fego. But I think I got the best of two worlds. I have my friends in Fego, my acquaintances, the memories. Odogbolu shaped me, made me part of the person I am today. I'm tough because of Odogbolu. Odogbolu made me a hardened person. When I left the country, I went out, there are things I saw and experienced that compared to Odogbolu, it was like a watershed moment. There was nothing compared. people said to me, you're so tough, you're such a tough exterior. And it was Fego. Fego did that. Fego built and molded you to deal with anything you face. Coming back to Nigeria after many years abroad, again, it's that Fego experience that just keeps you molded and grounded. You know, what I saw in Fego at the age of 11, 12, I mean, I weathered it, so I can weather anything in Nigeria. Be it, crime, harassment from police, bullying, because you're even bullied as an adult in this country. You learn to deal with it because you know that, yes, and you develop, you have to develop a defense mechanism against bullying and treachery. And so in life, it carries you. You know how to deflect attention, how to pivot, how to misdirect, how to put off authority in this country that is trying to misbehave. And I think these skills were learned in Fego, and they helped me language-wise and culturally. Everything. Being in Ogun State was important for me. I was considered Kotsi, but by the time I left Fego, I was proper Paco. I was a real Paco when I left Fego, I think so. Getting to Lagos, even in KC when I was there was nothing they were doing that intimidated or fazed me. I was even feared when I got there. They thought, my second time for I was considered the organizer of a riot in the school. So, as I say, that's life. I thank God for life. Today, the pandemic has come. Seen loved ones pass, friends pass. It's been unfortunate, but I wish all of you stay safe, get vaccinated, and do not allow yourselves to be overcome by this virus. Let us just build our families and our homes. We'll get to see each other at some point in the near future. And so, again, I just thank everyone for this opportunity. Uchi Obikudu for the idea. I just wish everyone the best in 2021 and many years beyond. I also pour libation for the dearly departed. I think we've lost a few people in this set. Dolapo Akimorile, Mekan Rayeli, and a few more I can't remember, but I haven't seen a lot of people for 30 years. I've seen people in recent years. I've seen people in England. I've seen people in America. I've visited Fego guys in America. I've visited Fego guys in the UK. And I visited in Nigeria. So I still believe I'm a friend to the house. Thank you very much for this, and I drop the mic. Ajayi out.
Alright, I'm going to try and keep this as quickly as I can. I'll definitely keep it under 5 minutes. One thing that we can all say about Odogbolu, at least one thing that it established, what I can say comfortably is that Odogbolu took a lifetime of therapy, condensed it to 6 years, and it was great. I remember the very first day I went into Odogbolu, first day after my parents dropped me off. I ended up then going into the field. There was a soccer field back there, and in front of the soccer field was this field, I guess. I sat down on the floor and started crying because I knew life just changed. To the right next to me, and then I saw this guy. He sat down and he was crying too. We became friends after that. Unfortunately, I can't remember his name. I would bet that his name was Kola, if I remember correctly. He lived in Ikeja, and a few off times while we were out of school, I would hang out at his place or at Foley's place because they were close. His father was in the Supreme Court. I remember that, so we became friends, and that developed into a group of friendship. He didn't finish out of Odogbolu. His parents were smart enough to get him out of there. And from then, throughout Odogbolu, we created exceptional friends, and the very last day of school was we all came back for the woodwork examination. And we took the woodwork examination, and that was it. I remember mine was crappy. One person that was really good at that was Lukman Namola. I remember I used to look at his work, and I was so impressed by it. I couldn't even cut straight. But he always had these great things, and he's probably an architect now or something. And we left Odogbolu, and that was really my last experience at Odogbolu. I still think about it all the time, because one thing that Odogbolu taught you constantly is you're not rigid. You're constantly adjusting your situation. I remember one time I got out of a meeting, and some guy approached me and said, "How do you do that?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "You're a chameleon." And I didn't understand it. I was like, I have to be honest, are you insulting me or complimenting? And he said, no. You're constantly adjusting the situation. You're hearing things, and you're literally changing your positions and make sure you're always on the right side. And then I realized, well, that was Odogbolu. That's what you had to do. And Odogbolu was a good system, a good educational system. I think everybody that came into Odogbolu was good, and at graduation, it was better. I think the major difference is we entered school better, 84-90, and we graduated exceptionally. There are tons of stories in between, great friends. I still appreciate when I look back at Coco's family bringing food in pretty much every weekend, and we would all sit down and eat it because we're starving. All right, I'm sorry guys, the dog was barking. I hate that fucking dog, but I only got an only kid, and he wanted a dog, so give him a dog. Which actually brings another story, which is good, is that when the kid's outside, the kid's gotta take a shit, the dog takes a shit, excuse me, and then I'll tell the kid, like, come on, pick up after your dog, and then he'll go, oh, Daddy, right next to it, why don't you just pick it up for me, please? My kid's 8. In my head, I'll just remember that I shoved enough shit for a lifetime while I was in Odogbolu. Do you guys remember literally the back of the boys' quarters, at least on the green side, which is like I stated, there literally was a well of shit.
Great guys of Fego. This is Negetu Onukweji Moses, popularly known as Negi one time. It's a memorable moment, great and awesome time to see you guys again. Wonderful Fego guys, great Fego guys. You guys made me who I am today. Fego made me what I am today. Is it the exposure? If I can recollect every moment at Fego, then particularly my set 84
90 set. Great guys. Wonderful guys. Lovely guys. Was it the guys that will play football together? Some of my friends, most of my friends in our show house. I can't, if I say I will have to mention everyone one after the other, time indeed will not permit me. But honestly, being in Fego was a destiny fulfilled one for me, and I'm very sure for every one of you. I'm so happy, elated to be part of this space, this moment. In fact, I'll be eager to be part of this. If I want to recall, was it going to Odogbolu town, Pomola? Was it being part of cross-country races over the years then? Was it going to where the school started in the town to visit all the obas then? Was it my friends, particularly Shegu Shokeye?
Hi everyone. First of all, Fego 8490, you are the best. I wouldn't ask for any other sets to have been in. Anyway, I'll start by introducing myself. 30 years has gone by, so a lot of changes, I know. My name is Bemisola Fashina Ni Oyewole. I was in A class from GSS 1 to GSS 3 and yellow from SSS 1 to SS 3. Anyway, the first thing I'll try to, recollect, which, God, long time ago, is starting Fego. Got to school. My dad dropped me. He brought me to school. He dropped me off. Of course, I'm daddy's girl, so it even made it harder. Didn't want to get out of the cars. Most people, did. My dad tried to talk me into, oh, you'll be fine. Everything will be okay. I'll be coming to visit you. Don't worry. Everybody will be nice to you. Anyway, my heart sunk. When I say sunk, it sunk when the car was driving off. Anyway, got into the hostel. First thing I noticed, windows. It's like, what windows? No windows. Where's the windows? So many bunk beds in one room. Got to the bathroom, one open space. And I looked around and I said, oh my God, where's the, no privacy? Where, no doors to close? Like, what am I going to do? How am I going to dress up? Anyway, that was history because we just got along with it. The first 2 weeks, of course, was lovely, not knowing back then that there was a reason, and that's what they called grace period. No errands, no punishments, you could just be yourself running around, made a lot of friends. But then, after 2 weeks, it all started. As all of you know, it was a whole different story. It was as if the first 2 weeks I was in one place, and after 2 weeks, I was taken somewhere else. Everything changed. Now, everyone talks about the good, the bad, the ugly. In my case, it was a mixture of everything: good, bad, ugly, traumatic, funny, you name it. It was all there, all in one cooking pot. I always like to start with the negative, because everyone always wants, when you watch a movie, you want the positive end, you want the fun end, nice things. I'll start with the negative for me. Really negative. I remember there was a time, I think I was in maybe JSS 2. I came to school, and for whatever reason, it was one of those that there were checkpoints, and then you say your name, they had this, register, whatever they call it. So anyway, I got to the, to the checking point, as I'll call it. Gave them my name. They said, oh, you can't go in. You have to go and see Mr. Adefolaju. I wonder, see Mr. Adefolaju for what? So I thought in my mind, I said, okay, I mean, to me, I was a good student, didn't cause any trouble. And I thought, okay, maybe he wants to commend me, give me loads of plaudits, talk to my dad about how well I've been behaving. And, I was like, okay, come, let's go, Dad. So we got to Mr. Adefolaju's house, saw a student come out, and I went in. And the first thing that Mr. Adefolaju said was, you are Bemisola? And I said, yes, sir. He said, you've been missing classes. I said, missing classes? I looked at my dad. I said, no, Dad. I never missed class. Why would I miss class? And my dad looked at me. Is that what I sent you to school to do? To miss class? Not going to class? I said, Dad, no. That is, it can't be. There must be a mistake. And my dad bent, he looked at the register, he said, that is your name. It's impossible. That is your name. They can't make a mistake. And I said, no, Dad, it's not me. And Mr. Adefolaju said, well, I'm not making a mistake. Your name is right here. It was you. So anyway, Mr. Adefolaju said we had to go back home and come back the next day. Oh my God, my dad pleaded. I've never seen my dad plead so much. He pleaded, telling him, oh, it's far going back. He had other plans, because normally after dropping me from school, he would go and see his dad in Ondo. He was elderly then, go and see his dad in Ondo, because he's cutting the journey into half anyway. So he would drop me and then go see his dad, and then, just go back after about 2-3 days. Deaf ears. Mr. Adefolaju said, no, you have to go home. Anyway, what could we do? We set off. Oh my God, when you talk about winning an award for ranting, my dad ranted and ranted. Oh my God, I was sitting in the car in one corner that the hand shouldn't fly. So anyway, we got to Ondo. I think probably that's where I learned social distancing, because now I'm good at social distancing with this COVID thing. If my dad is in room A, I'm in room B. Didn't want to be near him. Anyway, cut story short, didn't enjoy myself at all. Made our way back the next day to, school, to see Mr. Adefolaju again. The ranting continued. At that point, I was thinking, oh God, why don't you just give me a good smack and let's just call it a day, because it was worse than anything. Anyway, got to school, went back to Mr. Adefolaju's place, and then, because we had to get clearance for me to now then go back. So anyway, we got in, and he was saying, well, anyway, hope you've learned your lesson and all that, which was another thing that was quite annoying, because sending a parent, by not only punishing the student, punishing the parents, and considering traveling that long distance, the road is dangerous, could be accidents. So that was a huge punishment, which I thought was quite unfair. But anyway, moving on. So I kept, reiterating, oh no, it wasn't me, Dad. So my dad said, come and look at it. Is this not your name? So I went, I looked. You would not believe. As I was looking at my name and I looked sideways, I looked again, took a closer look, and I was like, Dad, something is not right here. You would not believe. It was one of those, the books that they used to use that looks like books for graph, that has the boxes that we normally use when we're drawing graphs and bar charts and things like that. We're not bar charts, but anyway, graphs. It was not aligned. So when you use your finger and go that way, it's one square above. That wasn't me. So when you look at mine, it was all tick, 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 tick. I was not the student. Oh my God. I looked at my dad. My dad looked at me. And then my dad looked at Mr. Adefolaju. They looked at each other. At that time, I started my prayers. And then Mr. Adefolaju started to beg my dad. Anyway, I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Anyway, moving to the next one. When I was in JS2 or so, there was this student, I'm not going to say his name. Oh my God, he made life miserable for me. I'm sure he knows himself, and some of the other students may remember who this person was. I would come when I'm walking into the class, he would, start making gestures. He was basically entertainment, using me as, for entertainment. Oh, Akpomire, Atomi Atukpa. Then you go on to other things, and then the class, they'll be laughing, and then sometimes it just got out of hand where some of the students would say, it's enough. But I think he just more or less feel the whole thing, and he would continue. And I would just sit down, sulking, so angry. And this continued from our GSS2 to GSS3. And that's what I endured almost every day. In fact, I'll sit in class, I'll be scared to even, walk out the class because it will start again, maybe walking out, coming back in. Anyway, there was this fateful day in GSS3. It was between classes. We finished one class and going into the next one. And I can't remember what I was going to do. I was going downstairs because we're on the top floor. And of course, that was A, so that was the very first class closest to the staircase. I was going downstairs. And this person, unfortunately, was standing by the stairs with a few other guys. And this guy started again. Oh my God, it was like being shown a red rag. And I looked at this guy, and I don't know where the courage came from, the anger. I was so furious. And I looked at this guy, and I charged towards him. I didn't know when punches started flying, and I was sort of a quiet one, but I couldn't even believe myself because I had enough. I started punching, pushing, fighting. Before I knew it, we're on the floor rumbling, and I was on top of this guy, punching. I don't know where the energy came from, but I was so angry. And then, of course, people like, to see a fight, they were like, hey, And then after a while, some guys came and, picked me off of this guy. And I kid you not, that was the day that I gained my, I don't know if you call it independence or freedom, whatever it was. But that was the end of it. I was never mocked or made fun of. That was the end of it. So I'm happy that happened, but on the other hand, I wasn't. But anyway, that's water under the bridge, because after that, myself and the guy were best of friends. That was fine. We've moved on. Now, another one that somebody mentioned a bit was the almighty slap in the dining hall. There was this day when the dining hall, which finished, and as some of us were about to walk out, there was some group of guys. Of course, the lead, I don't know if his name was Turbo or whatever, I can't remember his name. Anyway, this guy said, you stay behind. He put some of we girls on the side. Didn't know what it was about. Anyway, the dining table where you have, I think it's where the head girl, the senior prefects, is the table right before the door, before you walk out. Told us to kneel down there. Okay, we knelt down. The next thing he came, like Macho Man. I think he was asking, where's Ronke Sholarin? There were a few of us, can't remember the other girls, but anyway, he started with me because I was unluckily the first person. Where's Ronke Sholarin? Oh, I don't know. He asked the next person. He went on, asked them. I don't know. He came back to me. I'll ask you one more time, where is Ronke Sholarin? I said, I don't know. This guy acted as if I thought he was walking away. This guy walked, took a step, and just turned back and landed the biggest slap on my face. Oh my God, I didn't know if I was coming or going. I don't know if you guys have watched Exorcist. My head went round like 3 times. My eyes were rolling in the socket. You guys are talking about seeing stars. I saw my ancestors with stars round their head. I mean, that was brutal. I mean, and I think that was really, in my opinion, crossing the line. I mean, I've heard how this guy, you know, slaps guys and things like that, but to then start slapping females, I think that was the ultimate. Anyway, Ronke came, God bless her soul. Ronke came, she knelt down, and this guy gave her a slap. But you know, Ronke was, you know, a bit different to us, tomboy, took no nonsense, and she got up and charged at this guy, and he gave her, it was a mixture of slap and blow, and she went flying like a rag doll on the floor, held her head, and you know, I mean, that was a day I would never ever forget. Probably that's why I'm not even a doctor now, because it probably changed my destination. My destiny, I mean, with that slap. Never forget. Anyway, I hope it's changed, because continue to be that way. Most likely, karma will catch up. But anyway, that's just my take. Now, the next one I'm about to tell you is one that's been quite very difficult for me. Very few people know about it. Very, very few. Probably still remember. But anyway, it's a memory I would never ever forget. It was a day that I was almost raped. What happened is that was when the dining hall, no, sorry, not dining hall, the assembly hall, the day before, we had our boogie night. And then I was the acting social prefect, so we had to go and, you know, clear up the stereo and all the things we used, you know, the chairs, whatever. And that was on Sunday. We had to do that because, of course, the next day, business as usual. So a few of us were in the assembly hall packing up. In fact, we had just about finished, and a group of guys walked in. We're saying, what we're doing here, of course you can see what we're doing, we're clearing up anyway. And they started on the guys. Oh, you leave, and the guys were trying to explain, slap. They walked them out, told them to get out. One of the other girls, they took her, I don't know where they took her to, and then they took me to out of the assembly hall towards the junior block. So of course, you know, when you first walk in, you start with, you know, A or whatever. And they took me towards the last, I think that was the E or F, the very last class anyway. And they told me to go upstairs. And I held onto the wall because they were pushing me basically. And unfortunately, there's no point screaming or anything because we had to go and clear the assembly hall. We missed dinner because everyone was in the dining hall. So, and it was pitch black. No one was around, not a single soul. So they told me to go upstairs, and I begged her. I didn't want to go upstairs. I said, I saw I held the wall. Like, no, they were pushing me. 3 of them pushing me, and I was like, please, whatever. What have I done? Before I knew it, they pushed me into the last class, which was E. Or again, I don't know if it's F, but anyway, they pushed me to the last class and closed the door. And I started begging and begging. One of the other guys had actually, I was like, I know what's going to happen now. One of the guys already started taking off his trousers. The other one was loosening his belt. And I was begging. And I started praying. And all of a sudden I said, oh my God, I think I can hear some voices. Somebody must be somewhere. And one of the other guys said, or whatever. So the guy stepped out, he looked, and came back in. And they started pushing me, and I said, you know what? Just give me one chance. I don't want anybody to know about this ever happening. I don't want anyone to come in and catch all this going on. I said I will surrender myself. You could do whatever you like, however you like. Please let me just, check and just make sure that, there's nobody around. I think God was answering my prayers, because I started saying, okay, just peep, just step out. So I started moving back just to act like I wanted to look, see what was going on. And one of them was still trying to pull my arm, holding on to my arm. But anyway, as God would have it, as I stepped backwards, that's when I knew that I could do high jump, I could do long jump, and I could run. When I say run, I could run fast. So if you remember our building, we had like 2 steps before you go up. Oh my God, I don't know when I jumped from the door, the entrance. I jumped onto the grass and they were shouting, Majolo, Majolo, whoa. You know there's a gutter right before you get into the classrooms. Oh my God, I don't know when I jumped over it. I jumped. The second one too, I jumped over it. My God, I ran so fast that if Usain Bolt was behind me, he'd be shouting, wait for me. My God, I mean, I thank God up to today, because I don't know how I would have managed, how I would have survived that if that ever happened. So anyway, got to the hostel, saw a few girls by the door. They were, in fact, even one of the girls, she said, where have you been? I said, why didn't you even try to call for help? The girl said, well, I didn't see you. I thought, when they took you out, you'd gone, to the hostel or whatever. I was bawling, shaking, shivering. In fact, whilst running, I'd even sprained my ankle. I thought I'd even broken it. I said, oh, let's go to the head girl, or let's go to the senior and go and, report what's happening. I mean, it was a shock to my system after, narrating what had happened. And she just looked at me as if, oh, you're a bloody liar. That didn't happen. They wouldn't do that. And that's how that just, went nowhere. No one believed, no one was willing to, move for. Anyway, again, that's gone. I can only thank God. I told my husband about it. So my prayer is that they never cross paths, because I think it's one of those on my husband's to-do list. Anyway, I'll talk about some moments that I hated. The errands. You come back from school, from class, so tired, hungry, and then you see these seniors waiting by the door, handing you money. Go to the school store, go and buy me this, go and buy me that. And of course, the school store was always packed. It's like you're climbing on top of each other just to get, is it bread, is it akara, you name it. You couldn't, was locked to get anything. And of course, if you came back empty-handed, that's another story. Anyway, so they'll send you an errand, and that's where things will get worse, because as you go to deliver the things you bought, as you're walking out, somebody's giving you another gift, telling you, here, go and buy me a loaf of bread. So that's how it would continue until, you're lucky that you could just, get away. Another one was dream prep. Sorry guys, I hope I'm not boring you. Another one is dream prep. I don't know if to use the word lucky or unlucky, but I was sort of on the, more mature side. Oh my God, I could not rest dream prep. These guys kept bothering me. Student would come in and say, senior so and so wants to see you, because they always had this dark corner. They were standing, next to A or wherever, at the end on the stairs or, whatever. Senior, this wants to see you. And I'll be like, oh God, please, I just want to study. But of course, I dare not go, because the person that came to deliver the message would get it. So I'm like, no, I'm not going anywhere. And the person that comes to call me will say, please, 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 can you go? Because they said if you don't come, they're going to beat the hell out of them. Of course, I don't want anyone being beat up. So I'll go, and of course, what is it? We know the usual. They want to toast you. Oh, God. So that's how it was, one after almost every night. Oh, this person wants to see that one. But anyway, I'm sure a lot of girls went through that too. So that was one that I, really despised. Another one would be going to the dining hall. You guys, you don't know what you did to we girls. I mean, some of us, speaking about myself. If you went to the dining hall too quickly, you'll be called names. FFO, oh, look at her mouth, look at her neck, So it's like you stay back. You don't want to be too early, and at the same time, you don't want to be too late, because you would miss your meals. So that was one thing that I really hated. And it's like when you walk, you think, oh, the guys are not there. And then as soon as you pass, you just see all of them. Oh my God, your knees will knock. You can't walk too fast, you know. So that was one that I hated. Another one is passing to go to your classroom. Because of course, when you come from the girls' hostel, you have to start from, and you go up the stairs, you start from the end. And I was in A. And the guys will be shouting different names, you know. I mean, not abusive names. I'll be honest, you know, not abusive names, but oh, baby Sola, this, you know, they would shout this, all that, and I used to be, and I was quite shy, and I'll be so embarrassed, you know. So even when I want to go back, maybe I want to go somewhere or to get something from someone in the class, I would try to avoid it like a plague, not to go. So that was another one that I didn't really like. Another moment I don't like is being assigned to clean the what do you call it, shalanga, the pit. It used to be so horrible, the pit hole, or I can't remember what it's, you know, called. It's like beehives. It's like just like that. Poop here, poop there, poop there. In fact, you have to tiptoe to go around each one. And then when you're assigned to clean it, oh my God, it was a chore. So that was another one. I won't put you off your lunch anyway. I'll stop there. And then of course, just quickly, inspection day. I hated inspection day. You had to, you know, pull all the bunks to the middle, scrub. Of course, we didn't really have much water then. You know, you scrub the floor, you could see your teeth, you know. That was another one I really hated, you know. So anyway, those are the bad moments, or, you know, not so good moments. And I'll move on to the ones that I loved. They were the nice ones. I loved to dance. I will own up to that. Boogie Nights was lovely. I loved it. I mean, when Boogie Night was coming up, I was happy. Boogie Nights, movie nights, girls' day packed with events, lovely. Going to other schools, I was fortunate to, you know, be a bit sporty. I did discuss shot puts, 100 meters. So we go to places like federal government girls called Shagamu. Oh my God, guys, you remember yourselves. You always wanted to go, hanging onto the bus. Oh, I want to go. So you can go toast those babes. I loved it. Going to Federal Government College Ijaniki was lovely. We spent, I think, 2 days. I can't remember what we went for. It was late and some other things. And God bless this driver that drove us. Wherever you are, God bless you. This man was so nice that he dropped some of us that wanted to go home, like in Surulere, around the, you know, vicinity or whatever. He would drop us home. So I was able to spend some time with my family. I think it was about 2 hours. I could eat, I could relax, watch TV. So he would drop, you know, some students, and then he would say, okay, I'll come back to you at so time. Oh my God, that was lovely. So that was one I would never forget. Fashion day, you dress up, you can bring your spoots, as we used to call it then, bring it to school. You know, you had like, you know, as if you're walking down the runway, you know, you dress up, wear your Isali Akpoti, you know, and that was, you know, nice too. Now one other one I would remember, I always say when Biggie, what was his name? Biggie was, you know, making his song Notorious. Love you guys. Yeah, you were in his mind. Remember yourselves. Some teachers, when they come to class and they say, you guys will slam the lid of the locker. The teacher will come and say, what's that noise? What's that noise? I remember Mr. Emebo, he would turn around. Who is making that noise? And everybody would laugh. But the man wasn't finding it funny. You guys will find every reason, every means to make this man say, So this man will ask you a question, and you have to happen to some other teachers. He will ask you a question, or she will ask you a question, and the student will mumble the answer. There is a blah, 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 and the teacher will say, and you guys would either drag drag the locker, or you stamp your feet and drag it on the floor, creating so much noise. I mean, that was so funny, hilarious. There was even one point, I can't remember the name of the teacher. The teacher was so angry, just looked at all of us in disgust and just packed his things and walked out. I will not forget that. My experience, everything, good, bad, whatever, ugly, funny, I would say I would not trade it for the world. It's made me the person I am today. And I think probably with the things that I've gone through that I didn't like so much, it helps with my kids, because I can, speak to them, explain to them why, not to do this, not to do that, how to be good individuals in life, and, just be good people. And it's also shaped me in life. From going to America, going to university, I was able to multitask. There's nothing you throw at me, I can, just get on with it. I could endure. So that was, really good. So I just want to thank all of you. I'm sorry, before I forget, Uche Kudu, you are a genius for what you've done. I mean, as you guys say, sneaky, I thought I could sneaky myself out of this one. But I mean, I looked at it and I said, you know what, why? I mean, we're family. It's good. I mean, I was happy to see you guys. So I'm sure maybe some of you will be happy to see me. And Larry, I'm not angry. In fact, I commend you too, because you made the statement that you're always on the group, all the silent ones need to come out. You're 100% right. Because if not, then it's just going to be the same people on the group all the time. But, we need to mix, share experiences. It's lovely. It's a lovely moment. And I'm happy that I had this opportunity. Now, on a final note, I read some of, the chats, and it gets heated up sometimes. Some people, remove themselves from the group. Some people say things and they say words are quite powerful. I mean, when you say something, it's hard to take it back. It's just like spilled milk. You can't, scoop it back up. So we need to be mindful of things we say, how it hurts people's feelings, the impact it has. I just want us to all be one family. Get along. Life is short. That's what I say. Enjoy the moments. We came to this world like a vacation. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Love each other. We're family. Forgive and forget. It's under the water. We're immature then, we're young, we're matured now. We should be able to, love each other and just be one family. Now, the reason why I say that, which stays and is one thing I would add, and that's a big regret for me, is Runke Sholari was my very good friend. We're very close. A day before leaving school, final, leaving SS3, something very trivial, I don't know what it was, nothing, I can't even remember it, nothing, and we had, an argument, and we stopped speaking to each other, and I thought, okay, it's just a little thing, but you wouldn't believe that we left Fego without speaking to each other. So we've been in Fego all these years, being the closest of friends, and on the day before leaving Fego, we had an argument over rubbish and never spoke to each other. And I never got that moment to ever speak to her again, to even say I'm sorry, or that was it, because Runke is gone. You can never get it back. So that's why I say, let's just be, let's not take things serious. Take things with a pinch of salt. I mean, we've known each other all this while. We know our behavior. We know, so it's nothing new. So please, let's embrace ourselves. I love you all. You are the best ever. I can't wait to meet all of you. Even our children, to meet each other. You never know. They could be friends. You could get in-laws out of that. You never know. But anyway, see you later. Love you all. Bye.
Hello everyone. My name is Wale Banjoko. I was in GS1 D to 3D and also in SS1 Red to 3 Red. I I'm very grateful to be able to share with you in this project. Thanks to Odogbolu for a very notable venture. Also thanks to the guys that made this platform worth it by their contributions in terms of postings and contributing to discussions. I take time out from time to time to listen to things that are posted and also to read up on the posts. I am privy to the arguments that go on and people that delete themselves and after being cajoled and begged come back onto the scene. I thank God for the maturity that has been shown a lot of the times, even when there are disagreements and disputes between people. It shows that over the years the people have improved in their maturity levels, and it's very exciting to see. I'll just share very briefly about my experiences in Fego. I lived in Unilag almost all my life, and I schooled in Unilag as well. So after secondary school, I decided that I didn't want to stay in Lagos anymore. The normal thing was for everybody that was living in Unilag or going to Unilag to go to ISL, International School Lagos, or go to KC. So I decided that I wasn't going to do that path. So I looked around and I saw that Kunle Adeniji, who used to live here as well and went to the same school with me, was a year my senior. He went to Odogbolu, and I decided I was going to choose Odogbolu as my first choice in the National Common Entrance, and so that's how I got into the school. When I was coming, there was a friend of mine, Soji Fatoki. None of you will probably remember him. He was there for 1 week. Soji was the last born and only boy of, I think, 5 children. So he had elder sisters, he had a mom that doted on him. And I kind of knew he wasn't going to last. He was going to get out of there. And after the first, we came in, I think, on a Saturday. And by the next Saturday, Soji had called his parents and said when he went to Jamaica, he saw a snake while he was doing the doing the do. And so he was so scared that he had to get out of the school. And so that's how we lasted only 1 week. I really enjoyed the school. I remember my classmate, Ibuko I know, if I remember right, I think it was Ibuko I know. I think he was about the smartest guy in the school at the time. Forgive me for saying that. I'm sure a lot of people will dispute that as well. I know Bola Atunji was also very smart. But Ibuko I know was really smart, and I remember him very well. I remember Red and a lot of people there who were extremely smart, and they're still smart till today. But my experiences especially had to do with the hostel. I had groups of friends every year, and there was one thing I remember about myself. There was a time we used to save up provisions in our earlier classes, and I think it was Yomi Adegboye who was in Red at the time, but somehow we just managed to do it together. It was either Gregory or Stagger. We saved up our provisions till the last day of school, and so that we would just have a feast. And I fell ill, and so because of that, when they were having a feast with all our provisions together, I couldn't eat. I had malaria or something. And from that moment onwards, people used to wonder each year why my provisions finished first 2-3 weeks of school. It was because of what I went through then, and how I watched them eat while I was sick, and I decided, look, there was no point saving up food and it never getting into your stomach. So from that time onwards, I used to just eat my provisions early, and when it finished, I didn't care. That's one thing. I remember guys like Eustace when we were in school. Eustace was, I think it was in Form 5 or even I think there was upper 6 and lower 6 then. I think it was even in the upper 6 levels or so. I think it was Oshun House captain or something at one time. He used to play soccer, and it was guys like that used to just amaze me. I met guys like Mike Jaman. I met him once, and he was lamenting how he was attacked on the road. I think he used to sell cars and all that. I just remember all those guys, and and they just make me, smile. I remember what Padu, that's Mark. Mark was one of my very good friends when we were in school. Mark Staga, Shegun Shokeye, Imale Lebota, and the guy that used to run the marathon, Roy Mamu. And he won in SS1, I think, and I think he won again in SS2. Amazing guys. I remember guys like Nigedu Onikweje, and I don't think I've had anybody mention those names on this forum, and those are guys that, they made Fego tick as well in their own way. But that event that Mark talked about, and he was talking about the fact that we went and took the food on the table that day and declared and just left. That event was even longer than that, because there was a senior on that table who somebody said they had sent him to collect a plate of food. He sent a junior to collect his plate of food, and we told them to tell him that there was no food for him, that we've taken the food away. And when they were going to, there was a rumor later, much later, that they were going to expel the whole of that set. They ended up just suspending them, but there was a rumor they were going to expel the whole of that set. And in the process of that rumor, the day before they were supposed to expel them, one of those seniors came and was looking especially for me, and he found me. And he held me down, and I just prayed. I said, what in the world am I going to do? This guy's going to kill me. And what came to me was to over-exaggerate everything that he did to me and scream and shout. And so as he hit me, I would scream and scream as if he had almost killed me. And I found that he was soft. So that's how I escaped a real thorough beating. No scars, nothing. In fact, I wish I could tell somebody else to learn how to do that another day, because it was amazing. The other thing I remember is the day that, I know a few people have talked about it, they came to school, and guys had been taking back their pound of flesh on people who had done things to them just before then. But when Leia came and he was in the hostel, and nature jumped up and slapped him, that's what people remember. But something else happened that day. Felix Oyetomi carried the hoe and used the back of the hoe and slammed into the back of Leia's neck. And that's when Leia knew that he was in trouble. And Leia started running. He had actually come with a taxi to the hostel, and the taxi was on its way out. And all the guys started chasing Leia with stones and things. And you won't believe it, Leia caught that taxi and entered that taxi while it was moving and disappeared with the taxi. And that was when I found out that people stopped coming. The guys that had vacated stopped, at least knew that if they came to school they were in trouble. And it was amazing. I think our set was really awesome because each year before our set, the sets got worse and worse in terms of bullying and being very wicked to juniors. But in our set, I don't know why, we just decided to not be like those guys, and that was an amazing thing to have done. A big up to Femi Oyedeji for reaching out to me to do this video. I would like to call out a few people to try and join in this. One of them, who I feel will not, is Wale Adubi, but I still call him. He was a very good friend of mine, and he still remains a good friend, even though our paths don't cross that much anymore. I also want to call Tunde Oguneye out. Tunde, also a very good friend of mine, especially in SS2, SS3. Larry Tiami, I've already heard his video, and I really appreciate it. And a lot of other guys who I meet from time to time, like Yomi Oreduba, who I know listens. I'm sure, Yomi, you are listening to this, and I hope that you will be part of this. It's a laudable project, and we should all try to be part of it. There is a bit of a negative that I wouldn't say. If somebody wants to talk to me about it, I wouldn't say that publicly. It was something that happened earlier on, and maybe it's one of the reasons why I don't contribute so much. Not because I have any beef, but because I found out that things like this might rub down, the wrong way with different people. So as much as possible, I try to not be too involved in something that has a lot of people involved on a daily basis and can, rub egos around the wrong way. Thank you very much for taking time out to listen to this video. God bless you, and cheers.
Good afternoon, every member of Fego 8490 set. My name is Adewale Abdelwahid Shuneye, popularly and otherwise known as King Walata. Wandering leukocyte, walkabout, Walton Waltex, Jingo, and in these latter days, courtesy of Coco and Oshokoya, they have decided to call me Wahalata. I want to confirm that the 8490 set is indeed a very great set of FDC Odogbolu, and without doubt, I beat my chest to say that we indeed were the best, and we remain the best till today. I don't think any other set has surpassed us in every other way you can think of. Before I go into my gist proper, let me thank Uche Obibudu for giving us this idea of passing the mic. The mic challenge has really been very interesting. In the few weeks that we started, I've been quite busy. Once or twice I tried to make recordings, but I had to delete them. All the videos I have so far saved, many of them. I will be going back to watch and listen to this later on. I would also like to thank everybody that have at one point or the other passed on the mic to me. The most recent being my very own brother, Tokumbo Oguntuga. Nature that eventually cheated nature. I also thank Lakwe Ahmed, Lakwe Adeoti for passing the mic on to me. My video recording may extend into 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many I would have the time to record. But one thing I would like to plead is that those geniuses in our set, those who have the time to listen through, and those who say that geniuses only have short attention span, please permit me, and I would appreciate if you can listen to whatever I have to say, whether it is interesting or not. However, I will try to make my video as concise as possible. Federal Government College Odogbolu was the first time I would be away from my immediate family. I think they call it nuclear family. It was the first experience for me away from home, and I guess it was the same for many of us, except for those guys that had that had attended one boarding school or the other, mainly those who attended Mayflower Junior School. So for me, 1984, October 5 was when I first stepped into Federal Government College, Odogbolu. And I could remember on that day, I was reluctant to come down from the vehicle, mainly because FGC Odogbolu really wasn't my first school of choice. My bosom friend, close family friend, was already in FGC Enugu, a year older than me, and I wanted to be in the same school with him. But my parents kind of conned me into accepting Federal Government College, Odogbolu. So I was reluctant, and I had two pretty seniors then plead with me to come down from the vehicle. Late Bimbo Olayeye. She was in upper 6 arts, and Yetunde Obafemi. She was in Form 5. She was a prefect, while Bimbo Olayeye was a captain. So they both pleaded with me. And I could remember they tried to pull me out of the vehicle. Eventually I came down, and I was rubbing my big head on the bosom of the two of them. And so my journey as a student of FGC Odogbolu began. I then completed the registration process right at the front of the admin block, and on completion of that registration, I think it was at the admin block that my mom got to meet Yemi Lawal's mom. I can't remember that aspect clearly now. It was in Mr. Opara's house that we met. In short, Yemi Lawal was the first member of 8490 that I got to meet and know on that first day. And we both stayed at Mr. Opara's house. We were supposed to at least enjoy the remainder of the weekend in Mr. Opara's house and probably even make the first day of classes on Monday as day students, living in Mr. Opara's house with his family there. But I could remember that I once told Yemi Lawal that, that night or early in the morning, the following day, that I am lactose intolerant. So Yemi decided to test my resolve on that day. As I went to brush in the bathroom, by the time I came back, Yemi had dosed milk into my tea. And I was very furious when I came back. He had maybe socks or something soaked in a bucket. So I just poured the tea, everything into that soaked stuff. And then fight ensued between the two of us. It was this fight that immediately led Mr. Opara to bundle the two of us out of his house and we found ourselves in the hostel. Of course, arriving in the hostel, Yemi originally was to be in Cross House, I was to be in Oshun House, but Mr. Okpara being the house master for Chad House, dumped the two of us on Chad House, and we were handed over to Joseph Onokoya Jorok. So our journey began as full boarders. In Odogbolu, I was very, very short-tempered, and I think that was my greatest shortcoming as a human being. My temperament, my flashpoint is very, very, very low, very, very low. I had low tolerance for anything then. At the slightest provocation, I get ignited, or I got ignited, as it were. And for this, I served a number of punishments, even though seniors, house duties, classwork, I was not involved. But for the temperamental nature, I got disciplined by the school authority. One of such moments that I remember was in the dining hall. There was one school activity on a Saturday, and Emmanuel Temowo and I, with Akim Bakari, Emila Ward, Stanley Okoli, in those early days of getting into Odogbolu, were on the same bench in the dining hall. And I think Emmanuel Temowo just shoved me by the shoulder, and my next reaction was to give him a huge slap. It was going to degenerate into a fight, but for the intervention of Akim Bakari Kendo and Stanley Okole, they restrained him and calmed him down. Then we later became friends, and our paths were to cross again when we got to Unilag. We became friends, and the relationship in Unilag became very cordial. Everybody put what had happened in the past behind them. Another one of such, I had many of those feats actually, where I would just park over little or nothing. An incident also happened in the class between myself and Busola Mayaleke, now Busola Adedogun, Lady Bibi. I cannot apologize enough. To Busola, my apologies cannot be enough, because what I did was terribly bad. I stabbed her in the palm, and the tip of the pencil stuck into the palm. Immediately after that action, I became very remorseful, and for some time I think that was in our GS2 or GS3. I can't remember which class we were precisely. Yes, that period of our GS3 was probably the time I exhibited the highest level of intolerance, low patience with everybody. I could remember in the hostel also I had a fight with Bamidele Shubudokun, and it was going to, late Bamidele Shubudokun, it was going to become a very messy situation, but for the intervention of people like Moshuda Titebi, Yomi Adeboye, and I think Sheye Bamibaye were the people that came in between the two of us then. But the fight that nobody could stop then was the one between myself and Bashiru Egbeyemi. And as they say, when you are dazed, you will see stars. Bashiru dazed me one heavy blow on the face, and truly on that day, I believe that one could see stars, and I actually saw stars. Actually, after that episode with Bashiru, I think I calmed down greatly. But there were two more episodes, one between myself and Olumide Shofoluwe in the class. And I was going to give Olumide a punch to the face, but he ducked it, and my fist went straight to the wall and hit the GAN switch that controls the lights in the class, and everything scattered. For this, Olopele wrote a letter to my parents, and the school charged me to supply 10 sets of those GAN switches then. It wasn't palatable because my parents read the letter, and that was the first time they will be getting such report about me fighting in school or in the class, damaging school property and all of that. The replacement was done, and during the early days, my dad served me my punishment, which I would not like to mention here. It was very tough. And then the second incident in the class, had to do with myself and Bolanle Faleye Olifali. This was in our SS2. I had just come back to school after writing the GC in 1989, and my younger sister Yetunde had given a report to me that whilst I was away, there was an issue between her and Bolanle Faleye. My reaction was, what is it? Bolanle is my classmate. If she had any issues with you, she could have waited till I got back from my exams, and the situation will be handled. Again, my temperamental self, I got to the class, I did not even listen to Bolanle. I just went straight to her. Why would you beat my sister, blah blah blah, and then I landed her maybe a couple of slaps. The incidents got reported to the school authority, and I was suspended. Internal suspension, that was what it was called then. I was made to wash for 1 week pots in the school kitchen. Where the cooks were so nice that instead of me serving that punishment, they would just keep me in one corner and give me food to eat. But anytime Mrs. Akinola, the dining hall mistress, was approaching, they pretended to give me one work or the other to do. I think that was about the last time that my temperament got the better of me, and since then I've tried to be a lot more calmer. But occasionally I still have this challenge.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is Rex Oketa Sunday. Same OG, same old guy. FGC Odogbolu 8490 set. It's been wonderful being part of this whole thing. For me, Odogbolu was a potpourri of several kinds of persons. When I got to Odogbolu in 84, I'd come in earlier than most other students because I didn't get the news that the school, the original date of resumption had been postponed, so I still came on that day. So on getting to school, myself and my dad, we drove all the way from the Federal Capital Territory, and for me, I've never gone on such a long journey. Anyway, I was excited actually. On getting to school, we were told that the school had been the resumption date for GS1 students had been postponed, but that we had the choice either to stay back or go home and come back. It's like 2 weeks later. I think we decided that I should stay back, between myself and my dad, that I should stay back and wait for the 2 weeks, but because it was going to be quite inconveniencing for him to take me all the way back to Abuja and then bring me back again just after 2 weeks. So that was how my journey in Odogbolu began. I also met with me at that time. There were a few GS1 students that came that had similar situation. I think one of them was Jonunze. I think he came from the east, and then there were others as well. Tinegedu, Onupeje. We have and some other boys from the northern part of the country. So that's how we started. So the first 2 weeks, we spent it in Odogbolu, just roaming around and staying in the hostel and eating our provisions, the little provisions we came with. So when our colleagues came, resumed 2 weeks. By the time they were resuming, I was a little bit grounded already. So all the cries and all the excitement, it wasn't too much for me. For I had already had my share when I resumed earlier. When I resumed, I didn't cry the first day, but my dad tricked me that he was coming back to see me the next day. So at the next day, when I asked after him if he had come from Mr. Atiba, Mr. Atiba was my guardian, and then that was when I learned the truth that he had actually gone. So I cried a bit, but well, there was nothing else to do. So that's how the whole journey began. As a junior student, yeah, I was in GS1, yes, with some of the most vocal persons on this forum. 1C was a collection of brains, I can say that. The likes of Femi Oyedeji, Dr. Shola Odutola, Monserrat Ahmed. That lady, she was my seatmate. She could read so much. She inspired me a lot. They were like sisters, Katilas, Awodu, Yabo, Odogbolu, Lola, and all the others. You know, those ladies, they were like sisters actually. You know, so we bonded quite well. Fego gave me an opportunity to meet people from different parts of the country, though mostly from Southwest, Lagos axis and all that. I come from the north. I come from the Middle Belt, actually from Benue State, but I lived then in Abuja, and so I was operating from Abuja to Odogbolu then. So let me fast forward to, because time isn't actually on our side, I need to keep to the rules. Fast forward to, I know lots of people want to hear my story with the police, right? I'm coming to that. I'll come to that. Because already done part of it when Walata prompted me to come on air on our WhatsApp WhatsApp group. I think I narrated the story to the best of my ability. I'm not a writer, but I tried to capture the much I could. But for the others, some other part I'll fill you in when as time goes on. So GS1, you know, the bullying was serious. There was a lot of bullying actually. You know, from GS1, I know there was a lot of bullying. I was in Niger House, and I shared the place with the likes of Tony Ugui, Kesh, and so many others. You know, Alpha Makamelu, others like that. So the bullying was quite tedious, but I think that was the culture with most federal schools, because we had tales of what occurred in other schools and all that. So, but you know, we graduated, you know, over the years, and when we're supposed to start feeling like senior students, that is SS1, when we're beginning to wear trousers, they now give us the biggest of all portions, toilet wash. It has always been like that in Odogbolu, that in SS1 we wash toilets. I don't know how it was with those in the girls' hostel, but the boys' hostel was SS1 students that washed the toilets, and the toilets were horrible. You can all attest to that. The pit toilets that were built were horrible. People would block all over the place, blockies everywhere. No, they will not want to use the pit. Where the bathroom section is filled with blockies. If you come in the morning, it's a horrible sight. And that way we're washing. And you know, students being what they are, and at times people will not go and do their portions because of obvious reasons. So the place will be messed up on these days, some of these times. Some of my experiences, I'm actually recalling them now. But this particular one, they matched us from, was it the hostel or from class that the toilets were dirty? As the prefect then took us to our toilet and asked all of us to lie down inside these blockies. This is not story. This is life. My brothers and sisters, look at us. Then, if you hesitated, they will come with belts and all sorts of things and start to beat you. Nobody will tell you. Just people were diving on top of blockies. Especially you, that you're lucky that your portion was unkept, that was messed up. You had no choice, because they asked everybody to lie down on his portion inside toilet too. It happened. Well, it's one of those things people have asked us to recall. This is my part. In addition to all that other persons have said, you know, it's everybody had the same experience, but you know, somebody said you look at it from different angles, and that's actually very true. And then you add your own, you know. So that was one experience that I actually recall. Then getting you know all these things, you know, formed my upbringing, the bullying and all that. And when I got to be a senior student, when I was beginning to relax, thinking that okay, we have now finally arrived, and now start having, you know, issues to the authorities. Oga then Adefolaji, a wonderful man, but somehow, that's life. There'll always be, people like us. Actually, some of us came into Odogbolu very raw. We're leaving home for the first time, so a lot of discipline had to be instilled in us. And that was their work anyway. But just maybe at times they took it to the extreme, But then, because for me, I didn't feel it was nice. So while we were junior students, we saw when senior students were sent home on suspension, some were expelled, some were trashed on assembly for various misdeeds and all that. And as junior students, it was exciting when we saw some of our weakest seniors being trashed on assembly for various offenses. And then people would clap and shout. The juniors, they would sing, me, no. They'll clap, papa, me, no, for those that buy it. So when we became senior students, of course, those things stared us in the eyes. The consequence of some of our actions, like once I was suspended once for about 2 or 3 weeks or so to go home and, I think I bullied a junior student, I must say that. I'm not actually proud of this, but that's what happened. Then I was sent home. My time is running up, but please just give me just a little time because I need to conclude out that story. But then I'm getting there. So I was suspended once. I came back to school and then I tried to behave myself. But somehow there are some kind of people or students that I don't know if it is trouble that caught them, but they're the ones that caught trouble. Well, of course, it's all as a result of your behavior. So I got into the other mess again, the one that finally sent me out of the school, or how I left the school. I had this issue with Atangadi. I've given the background to this story before. So for those of you that can remember, try catch up, and then you fit in the remaining I'm going to give you. So I told you how I left, how I escaped from the police. I said that, there's a funny part. There's so funny part that I couldn't add that I really like to add now. You see, when I took off from Chad House, when I outran the policeman, when I went towards Jamaica, I entered into the Jamaica forest and I kept running. I thought maybe the whole school was looking for me, were chasing me to catch. That was my thinking, because then of course I told you the role that some of our mates, the prefects, so to say, how they had been, sent after me. I said that part before, So for me, I felt they were still after me. So I kept running in the forest until I got exhausted and I collapsed on the ground under one tree. I stayed there for a while. In that forest, I stayed there. I was panting. After a while, I stayed there for a while, to gain some strength. So when I felt that maybe things might have calmed down, I tried to walk back into the school premises, that's the dormitory area, and lo and behold, as I was stepping out of the forest onto the Jamaica, the third road then, I saw 2 prefects, Gabriel Ama and Nigedi Onikwiji. When I saw them, I took off back again into the forest. And then they now ran after me shouting that apparently they're trying to call me. Later on I found out from Nigedi several years later that they were actually trying to call me back. Not that they're coming to catch me or something, but mommy, who will wait? I ran, and that's how I ran back into the forest. That's how I kept running till I saw Express. That's how I left Fego. To come back like 9 years later. Of course, so bad now. I've learned my lessons, and I told you that part as well. I came back 9 years later. I saw Mr. Atiba. I must say something. He said, when he saw me, he recognized me. Called my name, I said it was me. He asked me asked me about myself. I wasn't doing too bad. So, And then, you know, he now talked about us. He told me some things. He said, I think I must give it to our set, that our set was one of the best sets that passed out from that environment. Why? Because Mr. Atiba told me some of the stories or some of the things that the set behind us did. I had even beat him up somehow. One of them beat him up. I had slapped him. I don't call the guy chap's name, you know, and that they were smoking Indian hemp right in the dormitory. And then they said after them, they said there was a time those ones they had people that came with big money. One of them, one little boy then, I think hit his stepfather's bureau de change, and there's so many of them were involved in it. I had all that and I was kind, man, during our time. The issue hasn't escalated this much. Anyway, I like to stop here because I don't want to bore you so much, but this is me, same old guy. I really like to connect with you people a lot. Again, you know, I really look forward to our reunion. I'd like to thank everyone who's handled the mic. I'd like to also appeal to anyone on this forum that hasn't sent in a video to try to do that. And those that are not on this forum, please try to get them to come back so that we can be a whole happy family again. I love you all. I hope to see you soon. God bless you. As the culture is, I like to pass this mic to, there are several people. I recall Obina Ezebe. I don't know if he has done his video. Then this guy is from the north, Ahmed Mohammed Kutugi. His Royal Highness Aliu Ibrahim. If they are on this platform, please pass the mic. Should go up north, and let's hear from them. Thank you so much. I believe we'll see soon. God bless you all.
Hello, good afternoon. Fego 8490. My name is Ahmed Mohammed. First of all, let me apologize for getting across this late. During the course of passing on the mic, my name was mentioned by Stanley, Demudia, and some other people, but I was not able to do it then. Thank God for people, for Uche Ubikudu's persistence. Ahmad, Busola, and some few other people got across me privately, and I promise that I'm going to. But like I said, I'm sorry. Then I was not able to do it. Uche Ubikudu, thank you very, very much for this initiative. I'm sure that in a few years to come, by the time we sit back, we'll continue to say a thank you prayer for this initiative. And God bless you. My experience in Odogbolu, like every other person, is of good and bad. But the good is more than the bad. Yes. Why? Because in my own days as a junior student, I had protection. Yes, I had protection. People like Baba Chiago was there for me in my Form 1, Galadima, and because of that, it was not easy. I was not molested like so many other people. But I also had my own side. Because I remember one time when we came back from school, classes, and we were just changing. They called last boy. Immediately I saw the way people rushed. I knew that I can't make it. So I just sluggishly walked there, and I was the last. The guy just took me to the common room, and he's now told the fellow, I can't remember who it was now. That one too is a senior. I think it was in JS3 that time. Yes, I remember JS3. And the guy didn't even look at my face. He just gave me, I can't remember the amount. He gave me some money. Then it was much, quite alright. I can't remember the exact amount. So he gave me the money without even looking at my face. He said I should go and buy bread, go and buy katanga. He mentioned so many things. The painful thing is that when I queued up from the beginning of the guest hostel fence on getting to the school shop, they said bread is finished. That got me completely destabilized. Will I go out of the queue, go and meet him and ask him what was it? I just fashion the guy. Meanwhile, I was almost missing my lunch. So I just settled down, gave my own order,
By the time they gave me the things I ordered for, I didn't even go back to the hostel. I just went straight to the field. I sat down, ate to my fill, and I came back to the hostel. From there, I went to the for prep, sports, and until it was night prep. I was just sitting down in class when I saw them passing from one class to the other. So when they got to my class, they were looking at me. Is this the guy? Okay. They approached me. Remember those days? It was from 3 students that used to be our supervisors during night prep. So they took excuse from the lady who was in my class, and they came and said, "Hey, do you want to see me?" I said, "Yes." "Now, are you not the one that we sent?" I said, "Me? No, I'm not the one. No, I'm not the one." They said, "Are you?" I said, "No, I'm not the one." Because from onset, I was able to establish that they were not sure. So I now capitalized on that and I said I was not the one. The guys now took me to their floor. That was the last floor then, and they took me inside their annex, called some of his close friends and came. They were just trying to open eyes to intimidate me and all that. I was calm. I insisted that I'm not the one. So along the line, in fact, in the course of interrogating me, they rang the bell for prep over, and they don't have any option that to leave me, to allow me to go. So when I was going, they asked me. I now described my bed, my room, everything for them. They came after light out. I didn't sleep. So immediately they came, they now asked. They woke somebody up from the description I gave them because they came in through the door. Meanwhile, I was close to the annex. So immediately I heard them. I said, "Hey, I'm over here." And that's how they came to me. This time around, they came begging. They said, "Please, that money is not our own. It's one senior that sent us, and that's how we said." I said, "No, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for you people because I'm not the one. If I'm the one, what is there? I stood my ground that I'm not the one." And I was very, very calm. I was not, kind of noisy. So they too were not sure. And that was how I ate that money without paying back. I don't know how they ended up, but it was not really fun. Each time I remember it, I laugh and I beg God for forgiveness. Apart from that, there was nothing really more. Like I said, I was not bullied because I had protection. But by the time I got to my SS class, I too went to Bomola like some of us. And I made it a habit that time that every evening I would go there and eat. I would not eat in the dining hall. So one day I was going there. When I was going there, I think it's Mr. Akionla or Mr. Atiba, I can't remember who. All of a sudden, I just saw the guy too coming that bush part towards from the borehole while I was going in. That's how I veered into the bush to hide from the teacher. Unknown to me, there's this plant, I don't know the name, I used to itch somebody. That's how I bumped through that thing, and I started feeling some, itching. It continued and it was increasing. I was scratching and it was increasing. So I now walked to the borehole. Innocently, I didn't know. That's how I poured water on the something. Hey, it was not funny. And that was how my Pomola ended. Because with that experience, I never went there again. I never. I was one of those few guys that were entrusted with responsibilities in our final year. I was the house captain, Niger House to be precise, together with Kule Shembore and Joninze. So we had our own, trouble taking care of juniors and stuff like that, ensuring that all goes well. And it was not easy. But we thank God that we went through. I was also very, very close to Bolaji. Yes, Bolaji Aribede. I'm sure for some of you, maybe you have noticed that, but I was very, very close to Bolaji. In fact, I used to visit him in Mr. Adefolaju's house. Yes, I remember during one exams, while we are preparing to read. At night, after lights out from the hostel, I went there. While I was sitting down, I think Bolaji went into the house to do something. And Principal now, maybe Bolaji was in the kitchen or something, I can't remember. But they missed each other, and Principal now had to come down to the BQ to look for Bolaji. Lo and behold, the door was not locked. Immediately he pushed it. Wow. And who are you? What are you doing here? I told him I came to collect book from. God, by this time of the night? Well, that was how the guy chased me out of his house. And it was not funny. But we thank God that we went through that. Apart from that, there was nothing much other than the normal experience of coming back by train, meeting other students, and that was fun. But generally, I am very grateful to God that I went through that school with this crop of people. I always tell people that I am lucky. I have another extended family all over the world. That is how I used to say it. Yes, all over the world. And I'm grateful to God that I am part and parcel of this set. Though some of us may not be very active like some of you, but we do follow up from time to time and see how things are being done. Well, there was nothing really much. I thank God that I have this crop of people as my classmates. And my prayer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is God should continue to uphold us, maintain this bond, so that we can continue to be the shining example we are to our respective families and the society as a whole. In addition to that, I just have a challenge that I want to throw to all of us. Because each time I read about our gist concerning happenings in Nigeria, and I will just be laughing. In fact, sometimes my children will be, what are you doing? Papa, why are you? I say, you guys will not understand. But the challenge I have is this. You see, it's not easy in any society for you to effect change, especially if you are on the outside. It's not easy. So my challenge is for everybody that is interested in making change to happen, come on board. Be part of the train that will take this country to its destination. Yes, we can do it. We can do it. Let's all go back to our localities, engage from the grassroots, and gradually, who knows, that someday some of us will be at the helm of affairs. I know Otumba already has tried, and I must, give it to him. But we shouldn't get discouraged. No, let's continue. That is the only way we can have the change we want. Because sincerely speaking, this crop of people that will keep on looking at some of them, especially those of us that are from the north, as riff-raffs, they can never make any positive law that will impact our lives. So we have to be on board. And that is the challenge I have to each and every one of you. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will continue to uphold us, guide us and protect us, and see us through all our endeavors with ease. I remain Ahmad Muhammad. Thank you.
Hello, I salute you now. Hello, well done. Hi, this is Kenny. Kenny Israel Oludia, formerly known as Kehinde Shufidia. First of all, I want to offer my sincere apologies for not doing the video when you guys were doing it. I had a much needed break. I'd been on the groups on the different platforms for some 10 years, and I just needed a break. And so I wasn't reading the emails and the text messages, or the WhatsApp messages. And so if had passed the mic to me, obviously I wouldn't have seen it. We're now in the month of July, believe it or not. I came back on the 31st of May, my birthday, and the lovely Uchina Bikudu has gracefully asked me to do a video. before the compilation. So I apologize to anybody who had passed the mic to me. I actually didn't see the video. I haven't seen much of them either. So I'll go straight to the point. So like you all know, this is Kenny. Most of you call me Shufidi at Fego. My experiences in Fego were, I'd say, very good. Very, very good. I obviously joined on the October the 5th, 1984. And I remember very vividly my first experience, I think my first experience or my earliest memory, well, not my earliest memory, one of my earliest memory of an exciting thing that happened was when we had to dance. I can't remember what that thing was called, night dance. I'm rushing through it now so I can keep within the 5-minute limit. Shortly before that, my first friend was Antonio Lisama and Sule Udutola and Bola Latunji. We didn't have enough beds, so one way or the other, randomly, as fate will have it, I shared a bunk with Antonio Lisama, sleeping at the top, and Sule Udutola and Bola Latunji were at the bottom, and we just had fun pulling each other's arms and laughing and having a swell time on our very first night. So that's my earliest memory. And then about 2 days later, we had this dance thing. Yes, it was called house party or house meeting, that was what. And the highlight was always the dance area. So we had a dance off, and I used to be a dancer. I was a local champion in Festac. I'd won the competition, well, came second in the competitions by a year or two before. Bola Latunji was a local champion wherever he was as well, somewhere in Implementa, and we all danced and danced, you know, all that break danced. And everybody was eliminated. It was Bola Latunji and I who were left on the dance floor. The people were very impressed. Chadhouse people were watching, and so they thought we were the new champions, as it were. So they went to hijack Kayode Yusuf, who had been the junior champion, as it were, in Chadhouse. And quite long story short, Kayode Yusuf outdanced Bola and I. And the focus on him on the dance floor, I remember that, and somehow I just managed to slip away while Bola Latunji stubbornly remained on the dance floor and somewhat caught the full brunt of the embarrassment. But it was good, all fun. Shortly after that, we had seniors disturbing us, you know, saying things like, oh, you know, come and dance for me, do this and that and everything. At which point in time I began to realize, look, listen, like say, I know to like this thing, you know, the word rari was going on. So you see a wicked senior, oh, you think you're a rari, come here, come and dance and everything. And it was an avenue for them to start bullying us. And so gradually I kind of stayed away from that. Again, Bola Latunji continued to dance and obviously made a name for himself, but he didn't go without the attendant bullying and stuff that went with it. So those were my early memories. I also remember we used to dance. Again, we continued to have other house meetings, and at the entertainment part, it used to be, I think, up until GS3 or so, or GS2, was, I think I've got a list here of people I remember very well. Yes, we had a guy called David Danladi from Jos. I don't know if you guys remember him. He didn't finish with us. We had Uchenna Obikudu, Emeka Inu, Moshood Atitebi, Bola Latunji again, and myself. And we used to be choreographed by Abdul. If you remember the Abdul, wonderful Abdul, he would choreograph us, do the choreography, and then we go in there and entertain people and stuff. But apart from that, I just shied away from that. And so that was JS. And so I decided I was going to just focus on my education, focus on the academics, which I did. And, you know, at the end of Form 1, we did the what's that thing called now? The scholarship, yeah. And you know, I think there are 250 of us in our set. Unfortunately, I think I was first, but I think they didn't use the first time or so. So they used the second and third time results, something like that. Or the first and second time, something like that. And I was second, while Adilaje was first. I think Femi Oyedeji was third, Kesh was fourth, and so on and so forth. And so it was scholarship. My dad was very happy. He was going to save me a lot of money. I think he was more happy about the money he was going to save than the academic performance in itself. So those are my early memories. I also remember that it was telling Cash this, and yeah, I used to come first a lot, but not all the time, not quite as many times as people say it was. I think it was only 5. Well,
all right, Lanre Sarumi 8490. First of all, Tutu, fantastic job getting on the beat to do his video. I didn't think that was possible. You pulled off a minor miracle there. And I'm still not going to walk on the streets of Chicago naked. One is cold, so I'm pretty sure no one would account for shrinkage. So yeah, that's not going to happen. Otumba, thanks for passing the mic to me the first time, and apologies for not picking it up, because I actually wanted all the backbenchers to get a chance to do their video as well. And surprisingly, a lot of people basically got into it. Who knew when the lights come on, right, the stars come out. So fantastic job, everyone. Some really great videos. All right, let's get into it. So Odogbolu, I had a lot of great friends there. My first friend in Odogbolu was Tunde Oguni. We were like friends for 3 weeks or something, and that friendship fell apart very quickly. Payasonu, Mikene Lodianya, Wole Banjuku, and I were like really good friends the third term of Odogbolu. The first year, third term. And we had said, look, we're smarter than half the guys here, well, most of these guys here, and we need to prove it. And so every spare time we had, and every single moment, we just kept studying, and we studied late into the night. And by the end of the term, we both came first in our different classes. And then the next term, we both took credit for making it possible for the other person. I was like, look, you wouldn't have made first, it wasn't for me. And he said the same thing as well, and that friendship fell apart. But the one guy that throughout my stay in Odogbolu that was basically my best friend and was basically by my side throughout was Bode Fatono. Just a fantastic guy, generous guy, right? Shared everything without hesitation, and he absolutely got my sense of humor. He had a fantastic sense of humor as well. So it was basically a friendship of just comedy, really. The guys from Mayflower never got the jokes, but then those Mayflower boys don't understand English anyway. So Bode's friend from primary school, Abimbola Okusanya, his best friend was Obi. And Obi was another guy with a fantastic sense of humor. And whenever we all got together, it wasn't that often, but whenever we all got together, so Bode, me, Obi, Okus, Dean sometimes, it was just like a celebration, an explosion of comedy, right? Just really good time, just one-upping each other. Obi was like, obviously his practical jokes were legendary. There's one that I'll actually share. I was in class and he passes me a note that I should forward it to the girl that was sitting beside me. And so stupidly I took the note and gave it to her. So she opens it up and stands up and slaps me. I'm like, what is that for? And it was a joke, so she was laughing as well, and so she gave me the note, and the note said, please slap me. I turned around and Obi was like rolling her. You know the way he laughs, he always used to hold his stomach laughing. And then Bode, no loyalty as well. It's funny, Bode just laughs, right? Doesn't care if it's his best friend, whatever, it's funny, right? And so they were all like rolling, having fun. Then Obi writes another note, and it's like, okay, yeah, can you pass this note as well? So obviously I'm not stupid. I took the note, I was going to read it first. I opened up the note and it says, why are you so nosy? The note is not for you. And so I turned around, they're laughing again. Right, and then he writes another note, and it's like, can you pass this note? So I took the note again, opened it up. It's like, look, you really can't help yourself, right? You're still pretty nosy. So I fold the note and tossed it away. And then the dude writes even yet another note. And I'm like, look, I'm not down with your stupid jokes. And so he puts the note on my table, thinking I'll basically be tempted to open it up and read it, but I don't, and I'm on to him. But then he brings out this packet of cookies, biscuits,
and it's like a 4-pack, and he starts eating it. So I said to him, I mean, give me one. He's like, no. And he finishes it. He doesn't even spare. He doesn't spare half a cookie. And he gets up to walk away, and it's like, you should read the note first. And I basically opened up the note, and it said, if you read this note, I'll give you a biscuit, you know. And he just walked away. He was obviously enjoying the moment. So I mean, just fantastic time. I mean, with those guys, it was just a chance to get away from the dystopia that was Odogbolu. Because I mean, Odogbolu was terrible in many ways. But when you get together with friends and you're all enjoying the moment, it was always fantastic. And I guess a couple of guys had their own moments of going into the forest or to the bush to go cook and get away from everyone and just be away and have fun, right? And if you ask the guys that were doing the comedy and the laughter, if they would swap places with the guys in the forest cooking and stuff and doing their own thing, every single one of the guys that was part of that comedy collective, they would have said, without a shadow of doubt, they would have said, I'm absolutely going into the forest to go eat, man, because we were hungry. We were hungry all the time. Obi would have probably been the first in the forest, in the bush, and sticking his hand out for Bella. You know, dude that can't even speak Yoruba. And guys, shall you spare me some Bella? You know, and it's probably all gone by the time he got there, because obviously Ogbo had eaten pretty much everything. You know, but they would have been, look, you know, Femi, maybe you need to slow down on this food thing, because, you know, in another 30 years, you could be on some social media platform trying to lose weight and basically doing 30,000 steps for girls. Their platform trying to lose weight and basically doing 30,000 steps for girls. So, I mean, you may want to take it easy on, the food, you know. And I hear you. Yeah, so, and obviously we just walk away. The other thing that I want to talk about for Odogbolu was my time with zits, right? So, you know, Odogbolu had a lot of zit pimples, right? I call this zits because it was obviously a little bit more benign and it didn't sound as drastic, but it was pimples and it was all over my face, everywhere. And I went to go meet Kesh. I'm like, look, how do you solve this problem of zits? Like, zits, it's pimples. Stop calling it zits, pimples. I was like, okay, be that as it may, what's the solution? Like, well, if you stop calling it zits and call it by its real name, pimples, it might go away. You know the way Kesh laughs. So Kingsley Okora told me that you shouldn't pop the pimples, otherwise it spread all over your face. So I used to avoid popping the pimples. And even though the time when I had like a blocked nose and my time in the Odogbolu sort of strengthened my resolve to sort of resist bullying in any form. And I'll give you two stories. I have time. I'm the last guy speaking anyway. So there was a time when I wasn't feeling well, and this guy basically wanted to send me to the talk shop, or whatever we used to call it, the shop where we bought groceries, or the kiosk or whatever that thing was. And I wasn't feeling well, so I said I'm not going. And they were like, obey before complain. I'm like, oh, well, first of all, that's stupid. Why would I obey and then complain? You know what, I'm going to complain and not obey. So he got upset and he was like, look, you better take this. So I was like, okay, well, fine. I took the money. I'm like, well, I'll just spit on the food when I'm coming back. So he heard me. I was saying underneath my breath, but he heard me. Like, well, what did you say? So like, takes me into the room and like beating me up. He tells his friends as well, and they join in. But I take off running and I go report him, and he gets into trouble. But then the word spread that one, I was basically threatening to spit in someone's food. So, and obviously, and I like reporting seniors. So no one sent me anywhere. And I think, who wants to send a kid that's going to spit in their food? And of course, a kid that will end up reporting them as well. So that sort of saved me. And I think for the most part, I learned that, look, if in the village you're the least attractive person to be bullied, they leave you alone, right? The other example that I want to mention was so this be this thing where people like flick your ears went from behind, right? It was called tapping or something, and it's just irritating. It wasn't painful. Just flick your ears, and sometimes we just tap you on the shoulder, right? It wasn't painful, just irritating. And so I was walking back from the dining hall once, and I had my cousin's food with me. He was a senior, it was from 5, and someone flicked my ears, and I turned around. Okay, we won't mention names, but it was these 2 guys. They were just a set above us. So I started walking faster, obviously, so they didn't do it again. And I guess they had quickened up their own pace as well. And so one of them just basically open fist, just bam, at the back of my neck, and I just went flying. The food, everything just spread and was all over the place. And it really hurt. I was crying. And I went and told my cousin. So he rounded them up, took his belt and belted the living daylights out of them. And then he told me to walk all over them. But then his friend was like, don't do that, because when these guys become seniors, they're going to revenge. But I said, you know what? Maybe, but for what they did, they're going to pay for it. And I got up on them and I walked all over those guys. Right? I stepped on them. And when my cousin left, one of them in particular, he was like, your cousin is gone. I'm going to make this school a living hell for you. And he tried doing it, and every time he did something, I just went straight to report him, and he always got in trouble, and he got the message very quickly. I wasn't going to put up with I was going to put up with it. And so for the most part, he basically moved on. I don't know if he moved on, but he just went to go look for other kids to bully, and that's something that you see the theme across with a couple of people that I've also mentioned the experience in Odogbolu, where I think it was Josco that talked about how whenever anyone sent him stuff to go buy food, he just ate it instead of actually delivering the stuff, right? And they stopped sending him, right? So once you're the least attractive person in the village, then they essentially leave you alone, and that's something that I think we in 84 said sort of dropped the ball on. Of course, I think the group of guys, all of us in 84 and 90, just fantastic human beings. The guys in the set above us, just the evil that they did and the things they perpetrated on us, was unbelievable and totally uncalled for, and we said this evil that you have done will never be done again, right? We didn't take it and then say, look, we're going to put it on the other kids, it ends with us, but the one thing that I think we should have done better, and I think there are a couple of people and a couple of times when it had come up where we should basically like form some sort of a collective and basically fight back, right? And say, look, this evil you're trying to do, it's not going to happen while they were there, not afterwards, where we basically came back and beat them. While they were there, should have dealt with them so that they basically know, look, this set you don't want to bully this set. Maybe go pick on another set, right? Make ourselves the least attractive guys in the village, and we didn't do that. We sort of took it, and of course, fantastic. We didn't revenge on on all the other guys, but really, I think we should just basically stood firm and just go, look, you do this, there's going to be some slow singing and some flowers bringing. If our doorbells, you be ringing, you know, the notorious B.I.G. lyrics, but we didn't. But, all right, 20 minutes, I should probably round this up. Looking forward to seeing every single one of you at the reunion. I think it's to be a great time to reminisce, catch up, find out what's going on in everyone else's life, drink wine, break bread, just sort of have a really good time. And whether it's just one day, 2 days, or the entire weekend, I think it's definitely a time to look forward to. And personally, I can't wait. All right, well, see you guys then. Love you all.